currently waiting on two board members, and then we will begin. So just wanted to make sure you know, and it is now 5:01. What's that? Certification? Yeah, certification. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Whatever order you put it in is what I'm gonna do. I think we should definitely do her first. So it's fine. And he was the highest vote getter in that. So I tried.
Test.
If I was in an emergency situation, I would do it and take it here. Okay. No, 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 I wouldn't do that. Wouldn't do that.
evening. Good evening, everyone. At this time, we have a lack of quorum because one of our board members had a medical situation. So we're going to allow the new members to be sworn in at this time, and we're going to push our meeting back until we get them sworn in and our member shows up, and then we'll have a quorum because we can't do anything or make any decisions without a quorum. So we're going to start we're going to allow the judge to swear them in and start that process so we won't waste any valuable time. Board members, before we begin the portion of our meeting which allows the public to address the board, we will be swearing in 4 of our 5 newly elected board members, Ms. Melanie Rutherford, Mr. Michael Clack, Mr. Tariq King Jr., and Ms. Claudia Perkins. We would like to mention that Mr. Dylan Luna will not be available to attend tonight due to a previous engagement and will be sworn in at a later date. We have a very distinguished guest among us whom will prefer to be sworn in. Of our newly elected board members with us this evening is the Honorable Judge Tabitha Marsh from the 67th District Court. Please help us welcome Judge Marsh to the stage. And at this time, I will now turn the floor over to Superintendent Jones and Judge Marsh to swear in our newly elected board members. Thank you.
Thank you, Board President. Thank you, Judge Marsh, for being here. We're glad to have you. And what we're going to do is we're going to call each one of our certified new board members one by one to the stage, and Judge Marsh will then swear each one of them in, and then they will take their seat. Our executive assistant will lead them to their seat, and then after we have completed, we will go back into having our board meeting. And so first, I would like to call to the stage Miss Melody Relaford. Melody L. Relaford is a lifelong resident of Flint. She is effectively known as Miss Melody to the community at large. She is currently a community health navigator serving seven mid-Michigan counties. She attended and graduated from Flint Northern High School. Melody obtained her bachelor's from Northwood University. She completed master-level courses at Spring Harbor and Central Michigan University. Melody created Loads of Love, Marion's Community Closet, in loving memory of her late mother, Marion Relaford, and adolescent vision awareness programs while working as a community health worker. Her motto in leading is, listen to understand instead of listening to respond. Judge Marsh, we turn this portion over to you.
I do solemnly swear or affirm.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
Say that again.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
I will support the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of this state.
And the Constitution of this state.
And that I will faithfully discharge.
And I will faithfully discharge.
The duties of office.
The duties of office.
Of member of the Board of Education.
Of member of Board of Education.
Of Flint, Michigan.
Of Flint, Michigan.
According to the best of my ability.
According to the best of my ability.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Ms. Relaford, if you can sit that mic right there on that table. Thank you. One more time, let's give it up for Ms. Relaford, everyone. Next, we have Mr. Michael Clack. Michael Christopher Floyd Clack is a lifelong resident of Flint, devoted dad, and avid lover of his community. He has worked with its youth in various capacities for the last 18 years as a teacher, behavior specialist, mentor, coach, and father figure to those in need. He represents his 2 loving parents, Floyd and Brenda Clack. Honor to both of you. Let me find my place. All right. They are Flint champions in their own right and stands proudly before you to also represent his two children, Haley and Princeton. In his spare time, he serves as a CASA through Voices for Children and has newly joined the Friends of Fort Mar board. Michael is also the executive director of the recently formed nonprofit Dearly Beloved and Cared For Incorporated, focusing on domestic violence and human trafficking awareness and survival. Judge Marsh, I present to you Mr. Michael Clack.
Repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of this state,
and the Constitution of this state,
and that I will faithfully discharge
and that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of office
the duties of office
of member of the Board of Education
of members of the Board of Education
of Flint, Michigan,
of Flint, Michigan,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
One more round of applause for Mr. Clack, everyone. Thank you. I now present to you Mr. Teray King Jr. Teray King Jr., he's a lifelong resident of the city of Flint that is committed to the success of our community. He currently is a senior at the University of Michigan Flint. Go Blue. He is eager to do the necessary work for good service to our scholars, parents, community, and faculty. Judge Marsh, I present to you Mr. Teray King Jr.
Repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of this state,
and the Constitution of this state,
and that I will faithfully discharge
and that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of office
the duties of office
of member of the Board of Education
of member of the Board of Education
of Flint, Michigan,
of Flint, Michigan,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
At this time, I ask you one more time to give it up for Mr. Teray King Jr. And last for today, certainly not least, I would like to make this acknowledgement that Ms. Claudia Perkins will be sworn in today, but will not take office until January. But we wanted to make sure that she had the opportunity to swear in the time frame allotted. I call to the stage at this time Ms. Claudia Perkins. Claudia Perkins is a lifelong resident of Flint, Michigan. She graduated from Flint Northern High School in 1971. She is a widow with 3 amazing grown children. She worked for AC Sparkplug, Delphi, and retired after serving 36 and a half years in General Motors. She is currently with the Democracy Defense League. She is one of the original water warriors for the city of Flint, vice president of the Million Woman March Movement, a member of the Coalition of Labor Union Women, former director of the Greater Flint Philip Randolph Institute for the Youth, and an activist in many other areas in the city of Flint, such as serving on the YWCA Abusments Advisory Board for Flint. Currently, her portrait hangs in the Flint Institute of Art Museum, classified as Women of a New Tribe. Judge Marsh, I present Claudia Perkins.
I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of this state,
and the Constitution of this state,
and that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of office
of member of the Board of Education
of member of the Board of Education
of Flint, Michigan,
of Flint, Michigan,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank Judge Tabitha Marsh for her time tonight and her service. And I would like to welcome our new board members to Flint Community Schools. Let's give them a round of applause. Turn it back over to our board president, and if you would like to, board president, if you want to do words now or you want to do words at the end, that is totally up to you and the board.
Well, I am going to take this time to say congratulations to you all, and I look forward to seeing the work that you do. Hopefully, we can move forward and do some great things for these kids, because that's what it's about, the children. So thank you. I'm excited for you guys to do some good work. So another round of applause. Okay, so now we do have a quorum now that we've sworn our members in. It's official, so we're going to start our meeting. What's the problem? This one first, right? This one. Oh, okay. Oh, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Let's get it together. Okay. This one first. Mm-hmm. No, I remember that. I remember, and they'll remind me. The Flint Board of Education, order of business, the board call meeting for Tuesday, December 6, 2022. It is now 5:21. Good evening. I would like to call the Flint Board of Education Committee of a Whole meeting to order. Board members, as I call your name, please reply by saying present. And new board members, if I forget your name or get it tangled up, please remind me, because I'm a little nervous too, because I knew everybody's name. Now I got to, so I'm excited for you guys to be here. So when I call your name, please reply by saying present for the record. And I'm going to start over here with Mr. King. Ms. Melanie Rutherford. Laura McIntyre.
Present.
Joyce Ellis McNeil.
Present.
And Mr. Michael Clack.
Present.
And then Chris.
And then myself, Carol McIntosh, I'm present, and we have one member absent, Mr. Chris Del Maroney. Before we begin the portion of our meeting which allows the public to address the board, we did that portion, I'm sorry. The board, we will now hear public comment from our community, and our first speaker is Quincy Murphy. We ask that you give us the reason for addressing the board and that you limit your remarks to 3 minutes on the matters within the authority of the board and not address individuals by name. The presiding officers of the board shall have the right to limit the number of persons speaking on any addressed issue. Please state your name and address before beginning to speak to the board.
Good evening. My name is Quincy Murphy, and I live on Myrtle Street on the north end of the city of Flint. I'm also a councilman for the 3rd Ward. I come here tonight, and first I want to congratulate all of the newly elected board members. I was looking at all of you guys, and I said, everybody who I voted for won and supported for this school board. So I look forward to you guys doing great things. One of the things that I come here tonight, when I look on the agenda, it talks about repairs of storm drains, repairs of the boiler for Nethercutt, additional parking lot work at Brownell. But what I don't see And when I look in my ward, I counted the schools: Bryant Middle School, Johnson, Williams, Carpenter Road. All of those schools are closed. There are no elementary, middle, or high school in the entire third ward. What is ironic is my ward is one of the biggest wards in the city of Flint when it comes down to geographic area. So I have the biggest ward out of the 9 wards. What concerns me, and I look at the contracts, because I'm trying to stick to the agenda item on my comments. It talks about y'all doing repairs to these schools that's open. But what I don't see on this agenda is what do y'all do with these schools that y'all left in the 3rd ward, the 1st, the 2nd, and the other wards of my colleagues that's not here to speak on behalf of the schools. We are getting complaints. They come to us. Johnson School, I called to go behind closed doors so I wouldn't be here today, because I try to do things the right way. I sent the message to the superintendent to see about boarding up Johnson School, because they keep going in there. They bringing cars there. What is y'all plan of action for these schools that is just sitting there where people going in there and y'all know about it? Because I have contacted the lady Rebecca, whoever is the superintendent administrator, I've talked to her. I shouldn't have to come to this school board meeting and address y'all about these schools that y'all left, that y'all are owners of, that people are going in, scrapping, the doors open, people pulling up. What is y'all plan of action to do something about these school boards? And this is my first time coming to the school board addressing y'all about this, because I don't take pleasure in having to come here to address the school board about issues. But the schools in my ward is the property of the Flint School District and not the property of the city of Flint. And this y'all job and y'all obligation. Y'all just raise y'all right hand to oath of office to uphold the Constitution.
Thank you,
And that
Mr.
school
Murphy.
is y'all responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Pamela Lawrence.
Hello, I'm the current Director of Learning Support Services for the Flint Community Schools. I just recently took that position a couple of months ago, and one of the items on the agenda tonight is to approve my replacement as Learning Support Services secondary level supervisor. Right now, I'm doing both jobs, and that continuing in that way is probably not a good long-term plan, since we do well over 1,000 IEPs every school year. It is physically impossible to have a district representative at every single meeting if we do not have all of our special education administrator positions filled. The secondary level supervisor also is over transition programming, which is an area I am proud to say I have kept in compliance in the going on 5 years that I've been with the district. And I'm confident that the person that we chose to take this role will be able to continue that. And that is the one area that in special education we've been able to remain compliant. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that choose to address the board at this time? Please come up. We have somebody coming. Okay, here comes somebody. Please state your name and your address when you come forward, please.
Okay. Hi, my name is Talia Smith. I work for Carmen Schools, but I'm currently working for a CDO school. So I haven't been able to actually work due to some new teachers that's at Durant Terry Mott. Currently, I guess they have a discipline rule to where if they feel like a child don't listen, they'll make them sit on the floor, write desk jail on their desk, call them bullies to other teachers, also to their face. I found it a concern because I feel like some new teachers may need mentors if they're doing this. I mean, I'm a single mom, so I'm not able to be at the school and work to be able to take care of my children. So that was one of my main concerns being here today, because I had to be up at the school, leave my job to be there and be here. So that's something I look forward to, mentors being in the school, especially with these new upcoming teachers, because we don't really know too much about them. They don't communicate. And when I met with one of the teachers, she told me she didn't know she had to communicate with the parents, which that's the first time I've heard. I spoke with the principal and I called the superintendent. No one called me back. The principal told me there's no point to speaking with no one, the superintendent, because all they're going to do is send me back to her. So that was my main concern of being here, see what could be done. And, you know, it's not easy being at the school and trying to be at work at the same time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
No, she walked up. What was your name again, ma'am, if you don't mind?
My name is Talia Smith.
And you said this was at Durant Terry Mott? Did I hear you?
Yes. My son been there since he was 3 years old. My son's name is Zamarion Smith, and he's actually in the 2nd grade. He's 7 years old now, so he's been there for quite some time. Never been in trouble. My son has all bad grades, but he has a 4 in citizenship. That was one of my main concerns because I didn't understand why was, his grade so bad. She told me she expected my son to know everything already, for him to do the things on his own. So that was another reason I had to be up at the school. Is some days my son don't want to go to school, so I have to sit up there and I can't be at work. On top of taking care of a 3-month-old baby, it's not easy at all. But I'm doing it, so.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We appreciate you.
Do I give you this?
Stephen, can you grab her slip for me, please, sir? This gentleman is going to come get your slip, ma'am, so we can have your information. This is Miss, yes. Welcome, Ms. Clack.
Yes. Thank you for acknowledging me. Let me first thank all of you for serving this community. Let me congratulate all of you, the past, the current, the new Board of Education members. I come before you as a former state representative, a former county commissioner, but now a very proud mom of a new board member who has been taught civility, I would not want to hear that because he has been taught civility, that there will be problems. I taught for 32 years in the Flint school system. I know how to treat kids, but I also know how to treat my coworkers.
That's right.
I taught in schools of choice, which was for special kids in a sense, and Flint Northwestern High School. It bothers me so much, and I'm pleading to you not to grandstand on the backs of our kids.
Thank you.
It's not about the position. I've held two, but people can tell you I don't walk around saying I'm so-and-so, so-and-so. It's about who you are going to serve.
Yes.
That should be tantamount in your services that you are doing. Stop backstabbing, be civil to each other, and with that, I think we can get something done for the Flint schools. I'm going to suggest, And I've heard the term, I've heard discussions that the Flint superintendent works for us. I detest that. I detest that. He is a part of this system to be respected, to be acknowledged, and to be given an opportunity to show what he knows and to be a part of a system that can grow.
Yes.
That's what his position. He works for us. That's the beginning of an uncivil board. I will say to our superintendent and to you, the new board, consider some of us, I won't say older educators, who have given a lot to this community, who I guarantee you would be willing to serve in a capacity of sharing and suggesting. Sometimes all the board members may not have the answers. Those of us who've been in the crust of trouble but came out of it for our kids, we know and could suggest something that would be good for this community. Don't let it be about a position. Please let it be about serving this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Flack. Okay, if we're going to have more members, there's some slips in the back that you need to fill out. I want to ask that anybody coming after her get a slip and fill it out and give it to Stephen so he can come up. You may proceed, ma'am. Could you give us your name and address before you address the board?
Good evening. My name is Bishop Bernadette Jefferson, a member of the Flint community.
Yes, ma'am.
Just wanted to congratulate the new, the present, and those that have been here on the election and on the job that we look forward for you to do as the board members of the Flint Board of Education. We want you to know that we support you. I'm here working in this community wherever I can, whatever I can do. I show up when there are things here at the board that are going on that I don't like. And I also want to show up to say that I like and appreciate. Many times you hear the bad things and don't never hear the good things. And so I just wanted to congratulate you from myself and the community as we work forward and work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members? Thank you. I would like to call the Human Resource Committee of a Whole meeting to order. I will now call upon Superintendent Jones to present action items to the board.
Thank you, Board President. Good evening. I seek a motion and a second from the board to move Resolution 1.11, Personnel Recommendations, to the regular board meeting tonight for adoption.
So moved.
It has been moved and It has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion from the board? Ms. McIntyre?
This isn't necessarily a discussion on the agenda item. I was just wondering if the new board members needed time to review the packet. I don't know if you have received the packet ahead of time. They did? No, they didn't. It is thick. I mean, welcome to the club, welcome. But I guess I'm just seeking what you would prefer, what you would need in order to move these agenda items forward. Do you need some additional time? Do you need?
I would like time.
Okay.
Like time. I don't feel confident in making a decision, and I haven't been. It's just I'm trying to be fair to the candidates.
Well, that's understandable, Ms. So, what are we gonna take want to appeal to the board?
Madam President, I
Dr.
think,
Joyce?
in fairness to our new board members, a lot of time we do get these packages at the 99th hour, and I think it would be due diligent that we give them do a recess or something?
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
Would you
maybe,
like-
what, 10 or 15
The,
minutes?
I don't know if, well, 10 or 15, how long? But
Well, you
I'm
don't
gonna
have
ask,
to look,
excuse
most
me,
of it just
excuse me.
documentation.
I'm gonna ask the new members, what
Yes.
type of time do you feel like you need to review the information and come back and
I don't really know.
be prepared?
I mean, it's almost 300 pages, and,
There's not enough.
and there's also like subcontext and maybe, you know, just kind of understanding sort of the lay of the land. And I'm not, this isn't casting any aspersions on your abilities or anything like that. I just know that
You want
being
to look
thrown
at-
300 pages and, you know, doing due diligence.
Excuse me.
So,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
and some of these things are, I haven't even seen. So I haven't been able to do due diligence. We also don't have a treasurer. We haven't been able to review a lot of these action items. We're kind of in a new transition period, a lame duck period. I'm even wondering if we should be moving so many agenda items I'm wondering why there are so many agenda items on the agenda at this juncture. So maybe we could postpone these because we haven't been able to follow policies and bylaws in order to put these on the agenda, to have robust discussions. They haven't gone before subcommittees, and you haven't had any time. So I would recommend not just a recess, but perhaps at the next COW meeting, because this is right now we're having a COW meeting, a committee of a whole meeting. It's supposed to be on separate nights.
Excuse me, Ms. McIntyre, excuse me, I hate to interrupt. We voted at the last meeting to run these meetings concurrently, so it was discussed in advance.
I'm not through talking, and that's not what I'm talking about with respect, Madam President.
Okay, well, just a second, because you're casting fire out there, and we got the gist of what you're saying, and we'd like to give the superintendent a chance to weigh in on what the solution, what he would like to say, because we heard you. You don't have enough time, they don't have enough time, and they're not comfortable.
No, I was saying a couple of more points that I think that are very important.
Okay, make your point.
And I'm trying, thank you. We need to follow policies and procedures. We need to follow the bylaws. This is not doing that. And so it's not just a matter of time, it's a matter of policy and procedure. And as I was saying, going before the bylaws, having your elected officers according to what is required by the state, doing everything so that we are doing due diligence and are being responsible and are being accountable in the way that we're supposed to be for our school district. So that's what I was
Thank you.
trying to
Mr. Jones?
to make.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. McIntyre. But I will say, board members, regardless of the state that you all are in, we must continue the business of the district, and there are items here that are pertinent for that. There are some that I think that we could take some time, but as you heard from public comment from one of our leaders, there is work to be done. We have 1,000 IEPs. We also have some information that has come through just this Friday about our phone lines that we need to address. And also, in the last board meeting, we discussed on why it was important for us to have this meeting and run these concurrent, but also at the same time, acknowledging that we do have new board members. We can't really help how they were brought onto the board and the timing, but we do know that we have pertinent work for our children that we need to complete. Now, if the board chooses, what my question would be to the board is, are we talking about time tonight, or are we talking about recessing until the new year. If that's the case, there are a few items that cannot wait, that we need to address.
Madam Chair.
Just one second. Mr., okay, Ms. Joyce?
Given all the data that we just have, and my colleague did, she spoke well as relates to policy. We was aware of new board members coming in. We knew that we had a tight agenda, especially when it comes to the personnel issues. Some of the items I believe that we could move and postpone if it pleases the board, but those that are crucial are that personnel issue with that LSS. If we could look at those individuals, Mr. Jones, would that help?
So what I would like to do is, since we're here, if I could take 5 minutes with the team to ensure that we're moving in the right direction with things that are critical and compliant to the state and to our process. If I can have about 5 minutes with the team, and then I can let you all know as a board exactly what items that we need to address. But I know of two that I definitely know that has to be addressed tonight. So if we could take that time, and then I can let you know what those items are, then we can move forward from there.
And then the new board member can come back and say how much time they need for
Well,
those new items.
Well, my question still stands.
But
To our board members, if you want to forego moving on with items tonight, or if you want to take 30-minute recess or whatever, I just didn't hear that. I didn't hear what it is we're going to do. I'm okay with either, but I do want to make sure we address the items that are pertinent.
And the phone lines and stuff we've discussed in the last couple meetings. So that is not new information. It is all new, though, to our new board members. So I'm going to ask the new board members what is their pleasure, since the consideration is this. But we do have to keep in mind that we do need to vote on the phone line situation, because if we don't, that means the district does not have phones. So items like that are pertinent for us to operate, because they are time sensitive, and it was a deadline for those things. So I'm hoping that Mr. Jones can explain the items that are pertinent, that have already been discussed, and maybe move those forward. And then if you guys would like to adjourn the rest of the meeting to give you an opportunity to dive into your packet, then I think Mr. Jones and the rest of us, that would be, I would find that acceptable, give you an opportunity. What is the pleasure of the board?
Well, quick, okay, you can hear me, good. So I wouldn't mind, excuse me, I wouldn't mind giving the superintendent time to gather with his team, because I do the phone line issue, I know the personnel things I saw. So I wouldn't mind giving that time, but I guess the pertinent things, like the real pertinent things, we could discuss, maybe a little few more questions, guide us through the process. I would ask that you, like, why it happened, when it happened, give us the full breakdown as we even go over it while you're still taking a break.
The team can talk you through all of these items.
Yes,
we can, but I do want to respect what was stated. You know, we can talk you through every single item. We're ready to do that. But it was suggested that we table some things, and I'm saying to you that I just don't want to table everything, because we have to get some things done before we leave for the calendar year.
I get that part.
Yeah.
So we give you time to meet with the team, to, I guess, gather what you think that would be really major for the district to move. You come back to us, you tell us which ones, and we discuss those items. We just have to flush those items out that you feel is really pertinent for the district to move. I don't mind doing that. I can agree with that.
So at this, go ahead, Ms. Rutherford.
Her mic is not on.
I think so. It's the green button.
Oh, hit,
It's on the
is her
top.
battery dead?
On the top.
Doesn't
No.
sound
Hit the
like
button.
Does she need a back?
Mr. Tyree, can
You
you
want
pass her your mic so she can speak right quick while he gets that together? Oh, here's one, okay. No. There you go. See if Mr. Tyree, if you can,
Try this one. Can you guys hear me okay?
yes.
Well, for me, let me be honest with you all. I'm not going to rush anything, and I'm not comfortable. Had I received this beforehand, I would be fine. 30 minutes not gonna help me because I want to know why. How did this come about? And with the phone situation, why now? I cannot, and that's something I said I will not do. I will not make a blind decision. So 30 minutes not gonna help me. I just need to know why, and I need to read. And subcommittees are for a reason, where you can have discussions and get the particulars. I cannot have a sub, I just respect everyone's time, okay? And it's not enough time, and it'd be very disrespectful for me to just agree to something, and I can't do that, and 30 minutes would not help me to dive into this. And I'm just being totally honest.
Okay. Would you like to weigh in, Mr. Clyde?
Is my mic working, or am I just loud?
It's
My
on.
mic's working?
I think it's on.
I just want to be under the understanding that you said that you were going to go back and meet with the team for 5 minutes and discuss which one of these, or which of the items are going to be discussed tonight, and then we go from there. Is that what, I don't see.
What I'm understanding, the plan to be is the pertinent items that are time sensitive.
Right, those are the ones
Right,
that,
and then the
right,
rest of it
can be
we'll
tabled.
table, so you guys can have the opportunity to go home, read it over, maybe call the team, get your questions answered if you have any, and then come back at a later date.
I don't see any issue with that.
Okay, Dr. Joyce.
And I think we need to make a note to our new boards is that December 16th, this actually is our last meeting, am I correct?
Yes,
And December 16th, the district is closed all the way until the first of the year.
yes it is.
That phone that we had worked on in previous meeting, I believe, am I correct?
Yes, two meetings.
Yeah, two. And we knew that how crucial it was, and so we're bringing it to the board to get the approval. Because, so what I'm saying now is that, I lost my concentration. We only have
The
this
phone.
meeting here.
This is our last meeting, and we
And-
ran them concurrent so that we can have one
And we-
meeting instead of two meetings.
Yeah, and we voted on that.
Yes,
to
we
run them
did.
concurrent, so now we, at a situation where, in all due respect, I understand what my new board members are saying, but then, I agree with, Board Member Clark, maybe we should look at and see what our superintendent is trying to work out, and then just come back, that's what we're saying?
That's.
But we would have to take a vote
We
on
would have
this
to take a
decision.
vote, yes,
would
and
have
we
to
would
take a
need some
vote on
motions
this.
made. I'm just trying to come to a
Yes,
consensus
okay.
of what our new members need or deem necessary for them to do the proper work,
Okay.
because we don't want them blindsided, we want them comfortable, but we do want the district to stay afloat while we're onboarding people. McIntyre?
So, just because something was discussed in a previous board meeting and brought forward doesn't mean that all the questions have been answered or that we have been given due diligence with things. As pertaining to the phone situation, there are still questions about the RFP, about doing the research into using phone systems, which company to use, you know, the technology overall. At this point, it's too late to change anything up. We basically have to accept the phone contract as it is, because a lot of these situations are put before us at the last minute, and we don't have the time.
Excuse me, Ms. McIntyre. We discussed this extensively.
Madam President, I am trying to give the new board members information that you may not agree with, but it is something that I feel.
It's not that I don't agree with it, we discussed it. And
May I please be allowed to finish? As I said, even though we discussed it, it doesn't necessarily mean that it was discussed to satisfaction or that there is enough information that had been given. So like I said, with the phone situation, we really need to be careful moving forward that we do have the agenda well ahead of time so that we can see the information, so that we can see the contracts well before they're coming up, so that we can honor the RFP process, so that we can get the best deals for our district and make the best decisions that we need to make. As I said, at this juncture, I don't think we really have a choice in terms of no matter how much information we have about the phone system, we're going to have to accept the phone system as it's presented to us because we really have run out of time. You know, we don't have the luxury of being able to send out an RFP and look at new proposals.
Excuse me, ma'am. Yes, excuse me. Excuse me, let's stay on track. We've heard you. You've made your point. Let's, Mr.
I don't
Clack.
believe,
Excuse,
I
ma'am.
don't believe that you are listening and that
We
I
heard
am
you,
making
ma'am.
a point.
We heard you. We have
Okay.
your point. Point taken. Thank you. We want to
I
move on.
really feel
Mr.
that you
Clack
need to
has
be
his-
a little bit
excuse me,
more
ma'am.
respectful. Thank you for allowing
I'm very
me to
polite
talk.
to you. Thank you, Mr. Clack.
I
With this-
concede the floor.
This matter with the phones, is this the whole matter of no district, I mean, the entire district will be without a phone system? Is that?
Yes.
So if this is the last meeting,
At this juncture, yes.
but when we come back to school in January, if we don't come up with a decision today,
Correct.
then the district will be without telephones, correct?
Right.
Exactly.
So I don't see what the big issue is about voting on phones.
And we discussed it extensively. We talked about the process.
I mean-
They explained it in the last meeting. I don't know why we didn't get it. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, these are telephones.
Get ready.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir, Mr. King.
what's the next process so we can vote?
The next process is this. Somebody makes a motion. We're trying to get a consensus.
Okay.
This is
course.
what we're trying to come up with, Mr. King. This is the whole point for this discussion. To decide what is pertinent to keep the district floating, such as phones.
Okay.
Which has been discussed in several meetings in detail. To keep the telephones on so that because first of all, if we don't vote for phones tonight and the phone get there, then they can't do work the rest of the year.
Yeah.
They don't, parents can't call their kids. If something goes on at the school, we can't even call 911 unless you use your personal line. So that is what this is about.
Okay.
Pertaining to the phones, trying to get the business that is absolutely necessary to keep the district afloat,
understand that.
handled before we go out on Christmas, and give you guys the time to look over the packet and do the deep dive for the things that are not pressing. And they were going to go through the packet and pick out the things that were pressing, fill you in, let you ask your questions. We'll do the meeting around those things.
Yes.
And if you're not comfortable, I want to say this to you as new board members.
course.
If you don't have all the information, if you're not comfortable, you don't have to sit here and argue and stay here all night. Guess what that would be? A no. That's how you solve that problem.
Yes.
If you're not comfortable, if you're not informed, if you don't think it's what's best for the district, you don't have to talk about it all night. You can simply say, guess what? No.
Okay, so
Madam Chair.
Okay, sorry, Mr. King.
do we need a motion now
We-
for like a recess to give the
Yes,
superintendent
yeah,
time?
we need a motion. If you want to take
Madam
the
Chair.
5 for them to discuss, then you need a motion to allow him and his team.
So can I make the motion now?
You can.
Yes, you
All
can.
right, so I would like to make a motion to allow the superintendent 5 minutes to meet with his team to then come back and discuss what
Support.
items that we need.
Support.
Support.
The motion has been made and it's been properly supported. Is there any further discussion?
Now do a roll
Seeing
call.
there is no further discussion, as I call your name, vote yes to give them the 5 minutes for discussion and to get this together, what we discussed, or no to oppose it.
Correct.
Mr. King,
Yes.
Ms. Rutherford,
Yes.
Mr. Clack,
Yes.
Laura McIntyre,
Yes.
Joyce Ellis McNeil.
Yes for me.
Yes for Carol McIntosh. Mr. Del Moroni is not here. The motion passes 2, 4, 6 yes, in support, 1 absent. This meeting is now in a 5-minute recess to allow our team to come back with the details.
Stephen, can you start
Yes.
the timer, 5 minutes?
Excuse me, people.
Your thing is not on, Madam President.
Okay, just a second.
Okay. Board Member Clark, did you understand what we?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
And we've been with these phones a long time, and it's gotta go. Thank you. My dad told me for sure I better go say hi to your parents, and he's gonna get on me, so.
Oh, okay.
The board meeting is now back in, the committee of a whole meeting is back in session. The time is 6:06. At this time, I'm going to turn the floor over to Mr. Jones so he can talk to you about those items that him and his team have discussed in the 5-minute break.
Okay, thank you, Board President. So there are 4 items that we have that is pertinent to continue. We still have in personnel recommendations, we still have the assistant principal job that's not filled because it was too late and the person denied the job. So we have another person. DTM is still without a principal, and also our LSS supervisor, that's personnel. Then we have 11.21, 11.23, 11.25, and we would like to make a statement about the academic committee actions. And so those are the ones we would like to cover, but I'm going to turn the floor over to Assistant Superintendent Murphy to make a statement about those academic items.
Ms. Murphy, can you please come to the table?
Oh, sure. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. Just to give some frame of reference in regards to the action items listed under Academic Subcommittee, the 3, 25.16, 17, and 18 are grants that are coming into the district, and most of those come through state aid, and some are competitive grants. So we can, we work with staff collaboratively to build those budgets out. So that's what those items represent. So we can talk through any questions in regards to those resources coming into the district, but we bring those action items forward as a part of the board's policies to make sure we're following all procurement processes. So, everything is pertinent for me when it comes to resources for the children, right? So if we are able to entertain those action items this evening, that would be my preference. If not, if you all are uncomfortable with moving forward with those grants, we will bring them back in January to answer any questions that you may have. But I did want to just clarify that those are resources coming into the district that support the educational initiatives that we're currently working towards. Additionally, the last 2 action items, 2519 and 2520, under academics are in regards to our Great Start Readiness programs, our Head Start and GSRP programs, and the lease agreements that we have with those. So I wanted to provide some clarity around those. There's nothing on fire in that section of the board packet. However, any business that we bring to this board is to continue to facilitate the business of the children of this district. And so I just wanted to provide some clarity around what those action items are.
Ms. McIntyre.
In terms of 25.19 and 25.20, where are we in terms of bringing those programs back in-house as opposed to letting GISD or, the county have them? What's our status with that?
So we actually have our expert here, Latasha Wilson, who is our supervisor for literacy and numeracy, to bring some clarity around the pipeline of how those scholars matriculate into our kindergarten programs and beyond. So Ms. Wilson is here. I do know that those contracts are 5-year contracts with Head Start that currently are held by GISD and GCARD. They're competitive programs, and when the district previously held those programs internally, we had to supplement the budgets for them because there's just not enough in the grant resource to support the entire classrooms. We're currently already doing that with the GSRP classrooms that we host. We use braided funds, we use title funds, in addition to the GSRP allocation that we receive in order to maintain the classrooms that we have. So whereas we see the big picture and the benefit in adding those contracts back to our district. We need to be stronger fiscally to be able to support the full management of those 2-, 3-, and 4-year-old programs solely by Flint Community Schools. When the district made the decision several years ago to not offer Head Start or Tot Lot and get in partnership with GISD and GCAR to provide that service, it was a financial decision because we were constantly supplanting that program because on its own, the way it's currently funded and structured, is just, the funding is just not there.
Can I just have a follow-up
Go
real
ahead.
quick? So, yeah, and I appreciate that, and the reason why I wanted to, like, raise that up, lift that up, is because the community keeps asking, they keep questioning, this, and I know the answers, I know how you've explained it to me, but it'd be good to keep in communication so that they know that we see that big picture,
Yeah.
and that, what our plans are for the future moving forward to having, Tot Lot, GSR, the Head Start and all that kind of stuff in-house.
And,
Thank you.
and our position right now is if we have space in our buildings, then we can build those relationships, right? So they're not in other community sites or locations, they're down the street from they're down the hall from our teachers, from our kindergarten classrooms, so we have the opportunity to build those relationships and keep those scholars matriculating through our school system.
Dr. Joyce?
Yes, and I want to just piggyback on what Board Member McIntyre was just stating. However, Superintendent Jones and I believe we met with Dr. Rice, and we discussed that opportunity of our Head Start program and small moving our programs from GISD. Right now, the Flint Community School, we are not financially in that capacity to do that. We got to look at closing school. We're doing renovations of schools. So I believe that we did make that effort, listen to the community, but also we also have to listen to our experts. And right now, if Mr. Jones wants to chime in on that, he welcome. But my understanding, we was not ready
So
yet.
the current, the bottom line brass tacks is the current benefit right now of having those ISD programs in our district is those scholars matriculate into our kindergarten classrooms. So that means they become a Flint Community School scholar without us having to pay for the overhead of the teachers. So we do not have the funding currently to handle those programs on our own. So being able to matriculate those scholars into our district is making sure that pipeline is happening for our kindergarten and moving those scholars through to 12th grade. So that is the benefit right now that we have, not having the overhead and being able to continue those programs. So currently, last year we got into the contract. This year is signing. They're already in the program. They're already in the district. This is us bringing it. We got the information in November. It was after the board meeting. So we brought it to this board meeting just so we can go through that process and ensure that there is a signed lease agreement.
Is it
Oh,
time sensitive?
excuse me.
I wasn't done with that question. I just want to know
Go ahead.
was it time sensitive? Anything in this action item time sensitive?
So we already are in a contract with them. This process we're doing is, are you talking about the G card?
Yeah.
Okay,
Is
the
anything
process-
urgent in here? Yeah.
So they're already in the district. So
Okay.
what we'll be doing is just saying, okay, here's your information back to you, and we have a signed copy as well. They're already in for the end of this school year. So this is to ensure that we are signing the information for them to continue until the end of this school year. They're already in. So if you want to wait till January, what we'll end up doing is if the board decide that we don't want them to be in the program, then they'll move all those students out, which we wouldn't want to happen. So we're already in a 2-year circumstance. I see you looking at me. Do you need to come up? Okay, this is Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Murphy, while she's coming, is this one of those things that the district can pay for and get reimbursed through our, the offsetting of the ESSER funds?
So the grants that we have listed here, 25, 16, 17, and 18, they are
Speak into the mic, please.
Sorry. They are reimbursables, but they are not where we can supplant, right? So
Okay.
these are all supplemental resources. So this is not the same situation with ESSER where we can supplant.
And can you explain Surplant for our new members? Because you're going to be using that moving forward, and they need to know what that is.
Absolutely. So I'll describe it like if you're baking a cake, right? So the cake part is the basic service that we have to receive. Most grants want to lay on top of your cake, your icing, your sprinkles, your candles. They're saying if you provide your basic services, chairs, desks, the teacher, we will give you additional books, supplies, resources, field trips to lay on top of the education that you're already providing. And so these grants are all supplemental in nature in that they can't pay for the desks, the books, the teacher that's required for us to provide education to scholars, but it will lay in and say, we identify and understand that maybe you're serving, for instance, with 31A, that's our at-risk funds. You're serving scholars that are being raised in poverty, and we acknowledge that there are some additional challenges there that they're going to need support with overcoming those barriers. So we'll allow you to have attendance agents to go out and visit their homes, or we'll allow you to have after-school tutoring because we acknowledge that they have some instructional time that they've missed. So these grants here are supplemental in nature in that we can't take general fund expenses, the superintendent costs. We can't take those costs and put them in these grants, but we can look at the additional needs of our scholars and provide them with additional resources.
So can I piggyback and then I'll be quiet?
No, you're fine.
So going back to the G card and the GSRP, those are two different ones. We take care of our GSRP, but the G card is ran by the ISD. And I wanted to allow Ms. Wilson, she is our expert, and I want her to allow her to explain those two contracts.
Good evening, Board. I just want to clarify that the contracts cannot wait until January.
Okay.
Because we need to sign them and get them back to the appropriate agencies so they can take them to their board and finish off the process. And they're asking that they can do that by the end of this month, well, before they take their holiday recess.
Okay.
And so if we could do it tonight, and then you are correct, the children are in these programs. Programming is happening, but it's like a good faith that we bring the children in and then they can execute these contracts while programming is happening. So we do need to have these contracts signed this evening.
Can I ask a
Ms.
question?
Rutherford?
Yes. How many students are currently in this program?
So in our GSRP program, we have room for 144 students. And then with our G card, they can have 20 students apiece. We have 2 classrooms.
So 40 in total.
Mhm.
Anything else, Ms. Rutherford?
No, thank you.
You're welcome.
Quick, Madam Chair.
Mr.
A
King?
follow-up question to that. So how many students are currently in the GSRP?
So currently enrolled in the GSRP, we have about 120 students.
Okay, and what about G card?
So G-Card right now, they currently are not operating right now because they have a shortage in staffing.
Okay,
So they're looking to just retain the rooms until they can finish their staffing.
okay. Do we have a wait list for the kids that, do we have like some form of wait list?
For GSRP, at this current time, we do not have a wait list.
What
We are
about-
actively still recruiting students for that program.
Okay,
Our recruiting window is a little different than K-12, so we have until February for final count for us.
okay. All right, thank you.
Are there any further questions from board members? Did you want to say something, Ms. Rutherford?
No, I just
Okay.
recognized her. I know her. How you
Okay.
doing?
All right, seeing there's no further questions, Mr. Jones, is it anything else that you would?
No, so I wanted to just give you those items: human resource, 11.21, 11.23, 11.25. Actually, we just discussed the academic items, and so if it pleases the board, those are the items that are absolutely pertinent for us to move forward. The academic items, we just don't want Yeah, we would like to vote on them because these are, like she said, supplanted. These are grants that come in, and this continues the work that children are actually doing in the classroom right now. So we would like to vote on them, and also those 2 contracts. So the academic section, all, and then the other 4.
So I'm going to appeal to the board and ask you, do you not feel comfortable voting on the grant portion? Do you want to, or do you want to work with these ladies to move this forward?
I'm okay with the
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir,
Ma'am,
Mr.
okay.
King.
I would agree to the things listed by the superintendent, also the 2 contracts. Let's approve the 2 contracts, and then the things that's talked about by the superintendent.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind doing that personally.
So are we talking about those last 2 items?
The last 2 items, the 25.19, 25.20, and then you, superintendent, you said 11.21, 11.23, 11.25.
1.11.
Okay.
1.11.
And 1.11.
Yes, sir. 11.21, 11.23, 11.25, and academics.
Okay.
And all of academics, correct? So
Yes,
not just
based on the
2
conversation that was just had with Ms. Kiana Murphy and Ms. Wilson.
Okay, so I would feel comfortable voting for the grants. So, Ms. Murphy, to make sure I understand it right, it's just the grants, we receiving the grants, and those are just resources for the students. I wouldn't mind improving resources for students at all.
Okay.
That's our job.
See, it's not that
So,
hard.
the other things that the ones that's not listed, I guess we can do a deeper dive on it, but I will have questions about in the finance part.
That's fine.
All right?
Is there any other comments or questions from board members? Okay, seeing there is none, are we going to, so we're comfortable voting on this, right? So we're going to take a vote for the.
Thank you.
For the academic portion.
Are we going ahead? Are we going back to personnel? We're going to take
We're
a
going,
vote
we're going,
now?
the stuff, while it's fresh on their minds and their
Okay.
questions have been answered,
Okay.
I'm asking that we take a vote on that now. It is on the agenda. And Mr. King, along with some of the other board members, stated that they're comfortable with the
Do
receiving.
we need to make a motion on it, or we just?
Well, it's already on the agenda, so we
Okay,
don't need a
all right.
motion for that. Okay, and go ahead,
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
King.
quick question. So when we get to the items that's not pertinent, we can just refer back to committee, or?
Say it again, I'm sorry.
So let's say 11.20, the one that's not pertinent. So do we
Okay.
just table them?
We're going to
the thing?
table
Okay.
those items that have not been called in this bunch that he's read off to you.
Right.
We're going to table those things so that you guys have the opportunity to look at your packet,
Okay.
ask them questions, come back to your next board meeting, and take informed votes
Okay.
concerning these issues.
Sounds like a plan.
So I can seek a motion for those items that we're not going to go over tonight, so it's on record. I can seek a motion, but
Well, let's take care of the stuff that you're trying to get done first, and then the things that we
Yeah,
haven't
and then-
done.
Yeah.
then
so
we'll
you want to
take-
table them last?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's take care of the business first and try to stay together.
Michael had it.
So
Mr. Clapp?
I just have a question about what you all did not agree to discuss tonight, the parking lot and stuff like that. Is that something that we can't
Let's
do
go
tonight?
come later.
So, say that again?
What you did not agree to bring to vote on tonight, with the parking lot, additional parking lot work at Brownell and stuff like that, are we not working on that tonight?
No, we're not.
Okay.
So I'm at the point where board president allows, I'll seek a motion to table those items.
I just wanted to be sure. But
Yes,
that's
sir.
okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Del Marone.
Yeah, pardon me for being late. I just had
You're
an
okay.
appointment that was a year ago or so scheduled. But to the, Mr. Clack's point, why are we not dealing with these other issues?
Well, to catch you up to speed, our new board members did not feel comfortable. They've been sworn in first, let me say that. They didn't feel comfortable taking votes on things, and they hadn't had a chance to deep dive into their packet. So the things that are time sensitive, we're going to discuss those things, hash out any concerns or questions, and allow them to vote, because the phone situation is still on here. And so the things that are pertinent, that are dire, we're going to discuss. We're going to vote. If you're not for it, no. If you are, yes. And the rest of the stuff we're going to table so that they can have the chance to do their homework.
And I really appreciate that answer if they feel uncomfortable. But about 13 months ago, when I first came on the board, the first meeting I was at was to vote simply on the previous board meetings minutes. And I was told we always have to vote. I guess if the word is uncomfortable, I felt uncomfortable about voting on minutes from a previous meeting that I had not attended because I was not sworn in. But if that policy is changed, that's fine with me.
You have the right to abstain.
And 13 months ago, I did not. No, I
Well-
was told I had to vote. But we have four members who have been here to know what's going on with this background stuff where we could hold a vote.
Well, you just got here, so the vote was taken to allow them to do a deep dive into the packet and to the pertinent time-sensitive things, to extract those out and vote on them tonight, and then to table the rest of this, because that's what they voted on. That's what the board elected to do, because they expressed concerns about not being fully informed.
I'll just add, as when I first became a member, I was concerned about the holes that might, in our school parking lots, it would swallow up a student, and you would
Well,
not
that's
see
on
that
the
student.
parking lot stuff. Is on
Right, so
here.
that parking lot there at the administration building, that's a large hole. That will swallow up a couple, 2 or 3 adults. And I don't know if it's properly barricaded or what's going on with that. But, at some point that becomes, time is of the essence for safety and also because of weather conditions. So maybe the superintendent could talk about that.
Excuse me, we were in the middle of, didn't we have a motion on the
We had a
floor?
motion on the
We had a
floor.
motion on the
Discussion.
floor, and we were in the middle of discussion and about to take votes concerning our grants in academics. So,
Did we make the motion yet? That we was going to
that's
take the
what,
motion?
I think
Sam,
we were
was the
still-
motion made?
No.
No, okay.
So let me say this. I think it's imperative that we table what needs to be tabled up front so that we can go back to the order of the agenda and go down the agenda and skip over those items instead of not going through the items as the agenda is, because we're changing the agenda at this time.
Okay.
So I think we need to go ahead, and I can seek a motion to the board for those items we're not going to cover tonight, and I'll seek a motion to table.
Wait a minute, because we've already took a motion to do it the way we said, and they voted on that. We voted to.
We have not.
We didn't
We have
vote on
not
that part?
voted on
Okay.
We have not.
Okay, we voted on the 5-minute thing.
So now we're going to
Okay.
make a motion.
So is it
Okay.
You can
okay?
make the
Yeah,
motion.
I'll
You
seek
can-
one.
You'll seek a
Okay.
motion.
So I seek a motion for the board to table the following items. 11.21, 11.22, 11.24, information items,
I don't see information item on here. We on the agenda at 5 o'clock. There's no information item on it.
okay, I'm sorry. I don't know why I got so many agendas.
You're on the
now.
6 o'clock
Okay,
agenda.
okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Joyce. 11.11, 11.21, 11.23,
That's what you agreed
1.11, is that what you're saying? No, that's your personnel.
1.11.
Wait, we're not tabling that.
We're not
You
tabling that.
doing
We're
that
passing.
one.
I'm so confused now.
That's
Okay,
okay.
sorry, everybody.
That's okay.
Yeah, so the black guy, okay. I seek a motion, forgive me. I seek a motion to table 11.20, 11.22, 11.24. And that is it. To be tabled until another board meeting.
Another, which one? Okay.
You have an annual, and then we'll go into, yeah.
Support.
Mr. King,
So moved.
excuse me, Mr.
So moved.
He's seeking a motion,
Okay.
and you gave the so moved. So anybody
supported
second?
it.
And Ms. Joyce has supported it. So it has been moved and properly supported that these items are tabled until the next, but don't you have other things? I think you have other things to add though, don't you?
No, we're tabling those items that I just
This, what about this 25 point and all that? No?
We're doing those
We're
items.
gonna do
All
those
of these?
tonight.
So the ones
Okay,
I just
academic.
named, the
Those are
ones on
just
the table.
grants, yeah.
All right, so it has been moved and properly seconded. Is there any further discussion?
I need clarification.
Miss Melanie?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
You're
Please,
fine.
clarification, please. I'm looking at I shouldn't be looking at the 6 o'clock. Is that correct?
The 5 o'clock.
I should look at the 5 o'clock.
Yes.
Well, then, I remove my question.
Okay, that's fine, Miss Melanie.
Okay.
You don't know if you don't ask. Mr. Del Maroney?
Yeah, through you to the superintendent. How safe, how secure is that hole in the administration parking lot?
Well, we have it, we have it as secure as we can have it. We got it covered with safety cones and orange fencing.
Okay, and because it's a storm drain and, rainwater runs through that and snow melt, is there a possibility of some flooding going on, or where's this water going to that's not making it through the drain, or?
So I will answer this by saying that, Mr. Del Maroney, we chose what was the higher priority for tonight so that our new board members would have an opportunity to go through the other items. Like I said earlier, all of these items are pertinent, or we wouldn't be bringing them forward, but we do have new board members that need time for certain items. And so I brought forward the highest priorities for now. Everything is a priority, but I brought forth the highest priorities.
So is it fair to say that there will probably be no work on this until sometime mid-January?
That is
or
correct.
later?
That is correct.
So I would, again, I wasn't here, I'm gonna ask those board members who voted in favor of putting this off to reconsider their vote and put in a reconsideration motion, just for the safety of the public that visits that building, everyone that works in the building, and whoever else might drive through there.
So what was say it again? Your
Well,
motion?
I'm just asking, I don't know who voted in favor of putting this off, but to wait till February or whenever, we're gonna end up with flooding or someone getting hurt, I believe. So, for the sake of safety cause, I think we need to reconsider the vote from earlier.
Ms. McIntyre?
So we haven't voted yet. We're in discussion. There's a motion that's been seconded, and we're in discussion about it, about moving these, or about tabling these. So the issue isn't necessarily, Chris, Mr. Del Maroney, about safety, which I don't think anyone has, and no one's objecting to like fixing safety issues. We're all aware of the urgency of these. We have a lot of safety issues. What we're agreeing to postpone is because we have 3 new board members who were just given almost 300 pages to review, and we don't have a treasurer. We don't have systems in place to follow the procedures and the bylaws. And while it would be great to approve authorization to fix this particular incident feature, we don't know anything about the contract. We don't know anything about the RFP, where it's coming from in the budget, and where it fits into the overall scheme of the master plan and all that kind of stuff. We don't have a treasurer. So we don't have subcommittee meetings. So that's the issue. It would be great if we could just wave a magic wand and have all of this taken care of, but we have to follow procedure.
Excuse me, you don't have to have a treasurer to vote to fix a drain.
Didn't say that.
Excuse me, ma'am, I didn't interrupt you. Please don't be rude. Thank you. Mr.
That was
Clark.
just gonna be my question. Just out
And
of
we-
curiosity, do we necessarily have to have a treasurer to fix the parking lots?
No, we don't.
Madam Chair, quick
Mr.
question.
King.
So through you to Superintendent, I guess the Director of Operations can answer. Let's say we vote on the parking lot thing that Mr. Deveroni is talking about. How soon would that be repaired?
2 to 3 weeks out at this particular point. He has to schedule the work
forward. Yeah.
Oh, they can't.
I'm gonna ask it again.
So I'm Chris
Okay.
Henderson. I'm Director of Operations and Ancillary Projects with Flint Schools. And to answer the question, it would be 2 to 3 weeks following the vote of tonight, assuming that there was a yes. Then we could schedule the work accordingly with his crews, and then he would get the necessary materials to fix the hole, and then come back and fix the hole as a temporary measure. It is not a permanent fix at this point.
Okay, I can continue follow-up question with
Yes,
this
you
right
can.
quick?
You got the floor.
So, assuming that we approve, let's say hypothetical, we approve it tonight, 2 to 3 weeks for him to gather the materials, or 2 to 3 weeks it to be completed?
It'd be 2 to 3 weeks, assuming he can get the readily available materials to fix it. That's the only caveat that I don't know. That might take like another week or two to acquire, but most of these are common stock items that we're trying to do to fix the hole.
Okay, okay.
And it's a broken pipe, it's storm pipe.
Madam Chair. Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Clack?
My question is, because it is December, how long would this process take? And would the winter have anything to do with the procedures?
The winter is part of it. We don't have the asphalt available.
Right, that has
The
to be
plant's
hot, right.
closed down in November.
Right.
So they won't open up again until roughly the May timeframe.
So this is something that couldn't even be worked on until next spring?
No. This is a temporary fix that we're
Okay, I
putting
forgot
in
you said
right
that.
now.
Yeah, you did say that.
Yeah,
Right, okay.
and we'll bring it up to level, so should we have snow and flooding and stuff like that, the storm drain can flow and operate as it's
So we'll be
intended.
back here discussing in a couple of months
Yes.
about how we're gonna fix the
Yes.
temporary fix?
Yes, we're gonna have to dig it up, and because the pipe is fracturing.
Yeah, I saw that.
Because it's terracotta pipe, and there's about 150 linear feet underneath our parking lot
Mm-hmm.
that needs to be fixed until we can get clean pipe, and I call clean pipe is one that won't fracture, so we could put the
So that's
proper.
requiring you to dig up more of the parking lot?
We could wind up digging up the entire parking lot if I can't get clean pipe.
Right, okay. So,
Ms. Rutherford?
I guess for me, I don't like patchwork,
I don't either.
and it just costs too much, to keep going back, getting it done over and over again. But I know, my understanding is this is just for safety reasons.
This is for safety reasons, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm for it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any, Mr. King?
So, again, will the pipe, let's say we approve it, or don't approve it, will the pipe freeze, like, as the temperatures go down, and then it'll be a major issue later on, or how?
It depends on if the entire hole fills with water, then yes, that freezing and thawing cycle will expand, particularly the freezing will expand into that pipe and could cause additional fractures in the pipe.
Okay.
Mr. Clack?
I just have to know, because we all don't like the patchwork. What do you suggest be done?
I suggest we do the temporary fix for right now, and then in the springtime, when I can come back and properly address the pipe and how much linear footage I need to get clean pipe, then I can do it that way and backfill it to level, and then we can put the asphalt over it, and it'll look like it was the way it should.
Until
The
March
parking
or
lot.
April?
Yep.
And I just
This is
want to,
just a temporary fix. I do
Right.
want you to understand
Right,
that.
no, right.
and I want to appeal to the board because that hole is getting humongous.
It is.
Yes.
And when the snow falls, people tend not to see holes, and now you have an employee possibly slipping and falling, breaking something. Now we got a workman comp case. So this would kind of alleviate that, even though we hate to blow money on the books, we might be saving money, because if somebody falls and gets
Yes.
hurt, then that's a lawsuit,
Or your
we're
car.
responsible. Mr. King?
Madam Chair, could I make a motion to include this
The parking
work
lot?
here?
You
Yes.
absolutely can make whatever motion you choose, Mr. King.
Alrighty, let me make sure I got the.
Madam Chair.
Oh, but you're in the middle of a motion,
We
Mr.
already-
King, so you have to
we in
wait.
the middle of
And then you're gonna have to amend, then it's gonna have to be an amendment.
Amendment,
Yes.
right.
To-
Make a friendly amendment.
Yeah.
Friendly amendment.
Which he can probably do
Can we
that
do
now
a
then.
friendly
You
amendment?
can make it a friendly amendment now.
Alrighty, Madam Chair, I would like to make a friendly amendment to add 11.20. Is that correct?
Take it out.
Oh, take it out of the tabled items.
To be discussed
To be
tonight.
discussed tonight, okay.
Yes.
That's my
And
motion.
Madam Chair.
Can you get some support?
Yes,
Support.
Support, I'm sorry. I
Okay,
support.
the friendly amendment has been moved and properly supported.
Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion
Could
concerning?
I make a friendly amendment to that amendment, since we're talking about these parking lots? Could we just?
You have to have his permission to amend on his amendment,
Right.
and I don't know if he's gonna give it to you.
Yes.
Well, since we're talking about these parking lots, we seem to have a clear understanding what is going on. Well, never mind, because I wanted to talk about that one out in the front. I just ran into it. So,
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so now we have a motion on the floor and we have an amendment. It is time to vote on his amendment if you don't have any further discussion.
Support.
Mr. Chris
I just
Delmalone.
want to add, I believe some work has already started in that area. I mean, I've been able to visually see the pipe when
Yeah.
I've been at the admin.
Yes, sir. We started this before, and they were opening up the area. And like I kept saying the word clean pipe, we opened up a section. We thought there was a sinkhole there, and we determined that that's where the fracture was. So we opened it up to expose that. And then when we kept moving back to get clean pipe, we had to extend further and further. His costs were going up, and this was on a Saturday, so I said, let's stop the work till we can get a real way to fix this properly to move forward.
Very good, thank you.
Mr. Clack?
And there's been no safety issues to this date. Okay.
No, we have the orange snow fence around it and safety
Right.
cones. They are continuously blowing over with the high winds, which is what happened the other day. And it is an expense to the contractor to come out and constantly stand us back up. you know.
Okay.
So it is a safety concern.
Is
And that's
there-
where the liability falls on the district if we can't close this up in a temporary fix to move forward.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
So we need to support that amendment.
Seeing that, see, is there, it's been
Support.
motion and supported, and now we're in discussion, and if there's no more discussion, we're gonna take a vote to accept his amendment.
Okay.
As I call your name, vote yes to accept the amendment or no to deny the amendment. Mr. King?
Yes.
Ms. Melanie?
Yes.
Mr. Del Maroney?
Yes.
Mr. Clack?
Yes.
McIntyre?
Yes.
McNeil?
Yes.
And myself, Carol McIntosh, is a yes for me. The motion passes 7 yes, none opposed. Thank you.
Now, do we have to do?
Now we have to vote on the motion. At this time, we're going to vote on the motion to accept these items and to take them out of the packet and vote on them tonight. Wasn't that the motion? I'm so lost. What is the motion, Ms. Mayor? That's the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
To
Table
table.
11.22 and 11.24.
Okay, you've heard the motion as I call your name. Is that proper?
Yeah.
Okay. You've heard the motion. As I call your name, signify by saying yes to accept that or no to decline. Mr. King?
Yes.
Ms. Melanie?
Yes.
Mr. Del Maroney?
Yes.
Mr. Clack?
Yes.
Ms. McIntyre?
Yes.
McNeil?
Yes.
McIntosh is a yes for myself, and the motion passes 7 yes, none opposed. Okay, in our next item, because we're going off the script, so bear with me, please.
Okay. Yeah.
So at this time, now we are
Personnel recommendation.
at our personnel recommendations 1.1.
Yeah, 1.1. So I seek a motion and a second from the board to move Resolution 1.11, personnel recommendations, to the regular board meeting tonight for adoption.
Support.
So moved and.
Support. Yeah.
It has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion concerning the personnel recommendations 1.11? Seeing there is none, as I call your name, vote yes to accept or no to decline the personnel recommendations. Mr. King?
Yes.
Ms. Melanie?
Yes.
Mr. Del Maroney?
Yes.
Mr. Clack?
Yes.
Ms. McIntyre?
Yes.
Ms. McNeil?
Yes.
And Ms. McIntosh is a yes for myself, and the motion passes 7 yes, none opposed. What's our next item?
We're going to finance and operations.
Okay, at this time, we'll be heading to the finance and operations portion of our agenda, and we are going to have Ms. Tish Wolf come forward to speak to those items.
I seek a motion
and a second from the board to move Resolution 11.20, authorization to approve agreement with GJC Construction LLC to repair storm drain at Administration Building parking lot to the regular board meeting tonight for adoption as we just discussed.
So moved.
Support.
It has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? As I call your name, signify by saying yes to accept this or no to decline. Mr. King?
Yes.
Ms. Melanie?
Yes.
Mr. Del Moroni?
Yes.
Mr. Clack?
Yes.
Ms. McIntyre? Ms. McNeil?
Yes.
And it is Ms. McIntosh. It is a yes for myself, and this motion passes. 7 yes, none opposed.
Yes.
Okay, at this time, I'm turning the floor over to Mr. Jones.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to move Resolution 11.21, authorization to approve agreement with Johnson Controls to repair boiler, air, fuel, valve at Nethercutt to the regular meeting tonight for adoption.
So moved.
Support.
It has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Yes, and I have, go ahead, Mr. King.
What is the start date to this? Assuming we approve it tonight, what is the start date?
JCI, it would probably take several weeks to order this material, the fuel air valve, and to get it into play.
Oh,
But this is for our redundant, so we have redundancy to the boiler systems at the school.
Okay, so we order in the parts, this is the part,
This will be the part and the contract.
and the
to do
contractor
that.
put it in. Okay,
Yes, sir.
so it should take a couple of weeks for it to arrive. And so let's say about a couple of months, so by February it should be fixed?
Oh, it'd be fixed before that.
Before Feb, so as
Yeah.
soon as it come in, that's one of the main
Yes.
okay.
They didn't tell me that there was any outstanding delivery date on this item.
Okay, so as soon as it comes, it's being installed. Okay,
Correct.
that's all I need to know.
Is that
Thank
it,
you.
Mr. King?
That's it?
Okay, Ms. Melanie, Mr. Clapp, do
Just
you have
one
your
quick-
hands up?
this boiler means heat, correct?
Correct.
There are students in Nethercutt right now, right?
Correct.
So is there heat at Nethercutt right now?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Because the primary boiler is operational, but this is a backup boiler, or so we have redundancy in the system. Just in case boiler one goes
Goes
down,
out.
boiler two fires.
Is there? Okay. But there is still heat for the kids right now.
There is heat for the kids.
Is there any further discussion from the board? I would like to, okay, I'll get you. And I would like to also say to the board that we definitely want to address this because we have a tendency to have heating and cooling issues in our district. And I don't think that you want to put yourself in the position to have parents upset
No,
about
not
the
at all.
heat going out because we know our Michigan winters are brutal. So I just wanted to lay that on your hearts while you make your decisions. Is there, Ms. McNeil, did you
Yeah,
have your hand up?
I just, question, you remember Johnson Control was doing all these borders and everything on our schools? So this is an addition to what has already been done, or just something that came up?
This is an item that failed recently. It's a mechanical device, and they do fail.
Okay. And our systems are old. Let me
Yes,
say
they are.
that to the new board members. They are very, very, very outdated. So keep that in mind when these things come before you.
Madam President, may I ask a question?
Yes, Ms. Melanie?
Are there any type of rebates at all where we can get on some of these items?
Yes, but not for this particular item.
Can you tell me why? Why not this item?
This is a fuel-air mixture valve, and all it does is allow the fuel and air to come into the proper ratios, and then it fires to burn.
Okay.
And that produces the heat, and that's not a reimbursable item.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Is
Madam
there,
Chair.
Mr. King?
Follow-up question, have we did routine inspections in all our schools to see, let's say, what part, or do we have to wait till it fails?
For a part like this, we do routine maintenance
Okay.
and survey of our equipment. However, this is a component, and it did fail.
Okay.
And that does happen. Like I said, with mechanical devices, they will fail.
Okay, so we do the routine maintenance throughout the, okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. McNeil?
Are these funds coming out of ESSA fund or general fund to pay
This
for
is a general fund.
Why not?
General.
Oh, okay.
General fund.
Could we not have taken this out of our ESSER since is that not an option to take these funds from our ESSER funds instead of messing with our general fund? I know we have renovation costs included in
Yes.
our ESSER funds, so I don't know why we wouldn't be able to. So can you guys enlighten me on that?
As before, I think that what we would have to do is, so you know, ESSER is allocated, right?
Right.
So if items come up like this, that something breaks down, we can't just say, oh, we're gonna put that in ESSER. You have to go back, discuss with MDE, who's watching those funds, and determine and allow the MDE to let us know if this is an actionable item to go into ESSER. So we can't just, as things come up, just say, oh, let me put that in ESSER. It doesn't work that way. So yeah, I hope that answers.
Yeah,
But
well, could we go back and get reimbursed for it, or it just, we can't?
I think that would be a conversation for our monthly meeting.
Okay, all right.
So Ms. Tish and Ms. Kiana will meet with MDE as they normally do, and we will ask that question.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Is there any further questions from any other board members concerning this item? Seeing there is no further discussion, we did take a motion and have a second, right? Because
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay, so at this time, we're gonna take a vote on repairing this boiler. As I call your name, please signify by saying yes to accept and no to decline. Mr. King?
Yes.
Ms. Melanie Rutherford?
Yes.
Mr. Chris Del Maroney?
Yes.
Mr. Michael Clack?
Yes.
Ms. Laura McIntyre? Yes. Ms. Joyce McNeil?
Yes.
And myself, Carol McIntosh, is a yes for me, and the motion passes 7 yes and none opposed.
Okay.
Mr. Jones?
I seek a motion and a second from the board to move Resolution 11.23, authorization to award RFP 22-008 Public Relations Service Contract Agreement to the regular meeting tonight for adoption.
Is this Lambert?
This, what did you say, Mr. Dr.?
Oh, I was trying to see what the name of the company was. Oh, that's Lambert.
Okay. And we'll give you a chance to look that over. That is action item 11.23. I'm going to give the board a few minutes.
11.24, oh, wait a
What,
minute.
are we
Yeah,
on?
11.23.
Yes, 11.23, and go right across, and it'll tell you what page that is on. That information is on your front. Go to the very front of your packet, find
Why are we doing Lambert?
11.23, and it'll tell you the page.
Gotcha.
There you go. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. May I help you, Ms. McIntyre?
We're not in discussion yet?
Correct.
Would you
No,
like
he
me
made a
to-
motion. Did you make a motion?
I sought the
He
motion.
sought a motion.
Yeah, and he hasn't, nobody's jumped on it, so I'm gonna give them the opportunity to graze it over.
I have a question.
Mr. Clack?
We have to, so I'm seeking the motion.
Oh,
So-
we're not in discussion yet. is
Right,
what
we're
he
not
said.
in discussion yet, so it have to be moved and properly seconded.
So moved.
Do we have,
He
Okay.
wanted to discuss it, so he made.
the motion, so the motion is not gonna pass because it's not gonna have support, so it's probably best that you, if you're
So
trying to.
could
get-
we, I'm sorry,
Go ahead, we can ask questions.
could we get to like, I guess, the discussion part of it, and then we talk about our questions?
If it's not moved and properly
You have-
seconded,
Right,
Then we
so-
discuss
So
it.
moved.
then we can't get to discussion.
But if you don't get a second, then it fails for
fails.
lack
Okay.
of support.
I second.
I'm sorry, I second.
I
Okay,
second.
so it has
Okay.
You and all
been
these
moved and
questions.
properly seconded. And at this point, we are in discussion.
Got you.
Mr.
Mr.
King.
Clack.
Mr. Clack, okay, he's extending the floor to you first.
All right, this is just, I'm confused, but up here in the top, it says, agreement for 6 months, January 1st, 2022 to June 30th, and then at the bottom it says, for $9,500, and then at the bottom it says, for 1 month, not to exceed $9,500. Am I reading that correctly?
So,
I'm trying to get
Oh,
to it.
you know,
have a
I
typo?
probably, it
Yeah,
should be
it's a
June
monthly
30
fee.
of 2023, so that would be my fault.
Okay.
Because that's when our fiscal year would end.
Okay.
So then we bring this forth again for another year.
Okay.
So, it is $9,500 a month is what we're bringing forth
So per month?
per month.
Oh, so
Yes, sir.
I wasn't confused then. That was, we're paying $10,000 a month? For what now?
This is our PR firm, our media relations. So they work with the superintendent, with the principals, they're working with department heads to actually put the PR, responding to different FOIA requests that we're getting, to putting stuff into the media. They're coming out to our community forums. Kevlin, you probably could chime in too and give a little bit more.
So we've had PR for the district for a while, and we put this out for RFP bidding. And depending on who responds to the bid, how many responded to the bid?
This time only two.
It was only 2 that responded to the bid.
Correct.
And so the team got together, as we would normally do in the bidding process, and chose the best of the 2 for the district to continue moving forward with our PR.
Correct.
public relations, and then Mr.
Yes.
Del Moroni.
This is the one that updates our website.
Yes.
That does everything.
This is the one that the last time I checked, they had Mr. Jones still as assistant superintendent. This is the
Probably.
one that we always have trouble with. If you want to
Probably.
find out a schedule for a football game, who know, you might find the year 2021 still listed.
Uh-oh.
What happened to the second bidder? I mean, were they lower in price? What made the second bidder not be the first bidder?
Okay. So I want to speak to what you said first, is in the past, there was always someone from the district that was supporting to get this information to them for them to do the website work. That has been the difficulty, to have an in-between for them to do that work. That is not a part of the contract for them to take district information if they don't have it. They have to have that. And so the executive assistant was responsible for that in the past. And at this point, that assignment has been something that I've been trying to help with, getting them more information. So yes, we've had to upload things and say, hey, that shouldn't be up there. Hey, that shouldn't be up there. We had a person doing that. This was before I was superintendent. There was a person doing that. So when you think of Lambert should do this, or excuse me, I shouldn't say the name, but this person should do this person should do that. If that is, it's not a, they can't do anything if we don't provide them the information. So I know we're putting all of that on this group, but I have to speak up and say that having a middle person has been our struggle in the district. Okay, now I'm going to let the team talk about why not number 2.
What? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
So we reviewed both responses. The biggest concern with the other one was that they were right around the same price, but we would have to pay for every time they came out to the district. They did not have somebody that could ever attend these on-site community forums. They're based out of Minnesota. So we'd be paying airfare, hotel, food, all of those extra expenses. That in itself put them over and above what this current one is for.
All right, Ms. McIntyre and then Mr. Platt.
So we have an RFP for a public relation firm that, given the fact that we have less than 3,000 students, is a dubious line item at best. We have discussed previously in other meetings whether we even need this. There's a lot of things that we need, and this is not, in my opinion, one of them. If Lambert is the first choice and there's only one other second choice, I pick choice number 3. Anybody, anything else? We paid, like $40,000 to $60,000 bonus for them to do recruitment for enrollment. last spring, which resulted in a big fat 0. They didn't really take much of our recommendations. We've had issues with Lambert year after year after year after year. I'm voting no. Like I said, this is something we need to discuss, whether it's part of our plan and whether we could do, for $10,000, almost $10,000 a month, we could get somebody local to really pop off and promote the district, in my opinion. So I'm voting no.
Mr. Clack?
And this may sound kind of silly, but is there a package? Like, do we just get the top tier package, or can things be broken down and we find things done in,
Good
here
question.
locally, or is it just they do everything and everything? That's recruiting and that's, PR, and that's what there's just one package deal for $9,500 a month?
Can we explain what comes with that?
Yep, so if you go to page 23 of your board packet, there were tiered options. So to make it fair, we did compare apples to apples. The other company, their submission was right around the same price, like I said.
Okay,
So it's 47 hours a month. They're gonna do project management, contact strategy and development, media relations, crisis communications, social media, community engagement, and website management.
Okay. Now, just a question. Alternative methods, because we have plenty of talented children in this district, scholars in the district. We've got 3 or 4 different colleges around here that, that we could possibly hire interns that could do the social media or the media relations or, things of website management that could possibly cost the district less. I mean, we pay less out for those services, like possibly just a meeting with U of M Flint or Mott that has students that major in these type of things that may be willing to get internship hours or, things like that. I'm just, raising a question. Could that work? I'm just not seeing what we're getting, the district is getting for this amount of money. And maybe it's just because it's my first day, but just me being on the outside looking in, this is not to me.
I understand your statement. So to answer you, I'm going to back up and say that we decided to get, when we talk about them getting a bonus, what we did is decided to do some enrollment campaigning, and that was not in their contract. So we went on an enrollment campaign and we got highway signs, we did some extra things. I went on the news and we tried to have some spots available. So I wouldn't say that we just gave them a bonus. I would say that we decided to do a media push for enrollment. So we did a campaign, all right? Now, when it comes to answering you, Mr. Clack, I would say if we wanted to do some type of internship or we wanted to do some work with some scholars, we could do that with portions, but there are things that our scholars should not touch.
Of course.
When we have crisis, when we need to get to media, Flint has a lot of PR. Okay. There's a lot of things that go out in Flint. There's a lot of things that we have to deal with. There's been several times where board members have called and said, hey, we have this issue, Mr. Jones, what are we going? We get with the PR firm to ensure that we are stating things legally and doing things the right way. So there are pieces that I think that in a subcommittee we can discuss. However, we still have to run the day-to-day currently.
Okay.
And this has to be RFP, so we went through that process to ensure that.
And I want to say this too, on top of giving professional statements and making sure you're in line with the law, I do agree with what you're saying. I've been seeing it seem like we can get some people in-house to do this. Anyway, long story short is this though, we have to stay legal. I'm not a fan of Lambert. I'm gonna say that on the record. I'm not a fan of Lambert, but we have not done our part because it is for us to tell them, this has changed. We need you to put this on the website. This is changed. I think a lot of the slacking that Lambert has done has been because we haven't, or we don't have a person me, myself, if you decide to pick Lambert, it is up to you. If you guys decide to pick Lambert, if I had it to do all over again, I would have somebody specifically assigned to Lambert to stay on them, make sure we're current, make sure the message we're sending is the message that we really want to convey, which they put professional statements out. But I'm just saying, this is more than a one-step process. This is like a 2-3-step process. And they're, in my opinion, they're really having a windfall day because we're missing 2 and 3. They're just 1. See, so that lets 1 off the hook. So I think that it would be pertinent for us as a district to get somebody to make sure that these things are done, whatever you guys decide. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Joyce, then you, Chris.
As relate to this client, I believe that, if I'm not mistaken, that was $44,000, I believe, that extra money to do enrollment bonus, enrollment, that's the one?
The enrollment campaign?
Yeah, on the campaign.
Yes.
We also got to look at measuring success. We spent $44,000 and we didn't increase in enrollment. We're not increasing in enrollment. Whether we have to get somebody else we're paying a company this big money, then you're putting the burden of responsibility back on the district to make sure that he has somebody to update him and give him that information. I just think that when you're working with PR company, they have a responsibility to come to us on a regular basis, and we provide them with that, not we the board, that information. But here we are, we took $44,000 from, I believe, your ESSA funds, if I'm correct, and we haven't gotten no result in student enrollment. This district depends on enrollment. We're still at less than 3,000 students. It is time that we think out of the box. As board member Clack is saying, we're just gonna have to think out of the box until we kind of work. It's very important that we have a PR. It's very important what Madam President McIntyre said. Those things are crucial. But at the same time, this company is really doing very well under this district because we're not following through. We're not getting the result that we want. We're not getting the services that we need. And so we got to look at something that's different. I'll go back to a committee and do some brainstorming. But right now, it's just a no for me, as important as this is. For 6 months, we got to tolerate this for 6 months and not getting the results that we're looking for. I don't know how sensitive this is to get done, Mr. Jones. Maybe you can expound on that.
Well, a media push doesn't necessarily, that's not the only reason that we didn't see enrollment numbers. There's a whole lot of things that go into.
That's true.
So I don't want to blame our PR firm on the fact that our numbers are low. I think the purpose of doing that is to try to get us out there and get the information out there to the public. I was able to do several pushes that we would normally do with the help of the PR firm setting those things up. And so I don't want us to think that, we pass out flyers. Attendance agents go out into the community, home to home, and knock on doors. So our numbers, do we not need our attendance agents because our numbers are not climbing, because they're doing their job? I don't want us to just take this and say, we did this push, it didn't work, so we're going to blame this on a PR firm. I just want us to look at the bigger picture. I'm not saying that we can't, our PR firm and the district, we don't have I think we do have a responsibility to get better and better and better. However, I want you to remember, we go through an RFP process, we pick the best that we have, and then we move forward. And when we put the RFP out again at the appropriate time, we're going to continue to try to find the best PR firm. In the meantime, if we want to do an internship and we start talking about that, we can absolutely do that. But over the holidays, letters need to go out, information need to go out to families, and we need to continue to do the work as it pertains to PR and media.
Okay.
Ms. Rutherford was
I
next.
wanted to finish up my,
You got a follow-up or something?
yeah, I had a follow-up. If, they're gonna take me but a second. So, Mr. Jones, if we decide to pass this, then we can have a committee meeting or something and look at bringing an intern in to do that extra work that needed. I think, would that be acceptable? Okay, if we pass this, looking at getting an intern and to do some of this extra work to make sure that this company gets what they need.
So I would say that PR is a work of a team.
Yes.
One person, we've already did the work on that, trying to figure out how can we do an in-house one person to do all the PR and the work needed. It's more work than one person. When we do meet, we meet with about 4 staff members from the PR firm. So it's not just something we'll intern one student and figure out. I think it's more work than that. I know it's more work than that. So I think that is going to be a process to be able to determine whether our high school students and some of the colleges can get together and we figure out how we can do that. But to continue the work currently, there's some pieces that maybe we can do that with, but we can't do that with all pieces. So I want to be clear.
Okay, Ms. Melanie, and then Mr. Del Maroney, then
Oh,
Mr.
thank you, Madam President. You all, when I hear someone say that we don't have money to do certain things for the scholars, this right here is a luxury to me. And until we have the money that we have to take care of our scholars, I'm going to always say no to something like this. This is a want, not a need. And for $10,000 a month, that's $120,000 a year. That's a lot of money that we're just throwing away. And just to hear the complaints about this company, that's enough. That's a serious no for me. And I just think this is just one case of just unnecessary spending that we really, really have to work on getting better at. And that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Del Maroney?
So I want everyone to look at that on page 23. This is $9,500 a month for a total of 47 hours worth of work. So do the math quickly, please. A couple $100 an hour. But my thinking is, as I look at this, say, crisis communications, I would hope I hope nothing ever happens, but if something were to happen in our district where it took a crisis communication, I would hope that that communication would come from our superintendent after consulting with maybe our legal firm, their legal firm, whatever, to make sure, hey, what I'm saying, is that legal, or am I going to get in some hot water? Because, let's face it, if these people don't even know who the superintendent is of our school district, I mean, how does the media get all this information? I mean, we don't hire local media to do whatever, a press release. We don't hire them to tell them student counts. They just somehow find out about it, either through a FOIA or they just make a phone call. I would think before everything goes to this PR firm, it must be cleared at least through the superintendent's office, department heads. So when something changes in the district, the department head could simply notify the superintendent, who could say, yeah, we're going to release that. No, we're not going to release that. That'll get us in trouble. That's illegal. We can do this and that. There needs to be some type of flow of this information, because Lampert's not doing it. I mentioned it to Lampert when they were here, I think, the last time. And it was like, nothing's changed yet. I mean, I think it's insultive to who's ever sitting in our superintendent's position. It's insultive to that person to still have them on our website as the assistant superintendent. Because if I'm a parent out there and I want to get some reliable information, and I know the superintendent, I know who the superintendent is, then I kind of question, well, What else is wrong with this website? What do I believe? Who do I believe? Do I make a complaint to Lambert? I don't think so. But, so I'm going to be voting no on this to move it forward. I'm going to be voting, if it gets forwarded, I'm going to be voting no on this. You know, and we heard the term intern, which that's a great idea, but I think you could go over to, not Kettering, because they're on a, you know, 4 or 5 year program. But I mean, you could maybe get a freshman, you know, first year student getting into Kettering and offer them 5 years to do this, but they're gone for 11 weeks. They're in class and 11 weeks working. But I think you could find a U of M student who can do this work probably for about $45,000 a year and not have to pay any benefits. I mean, just, you know, usually there's a job board at the universities and you can post something up or, you know, do it online these days, whatever. But, you know, yeah, that's all I got to say.
Okay, just one second. I do want to say this to our team, to our board. We did have a crisis situation, okay? And you have to realize that your president, your superintendent answers to your president. So you don't, if you get a president that decides they want to manipulate that narrative, then you have your superintendent in trouble because we voted on a statement and then somebody changed the statement and Lambert had to say, I don't suggest you put that statement out, you know, because of the murky waters of legalities. So when you're getting your student, remember that certain ways you address things and certain things you say can put the district in legal jeopardy. So, and I'm not saying for Lambert or against Lambert, I'm saying if you're gonna go with this new idea, keep that in mind when you're deciding that your superintendent answers to you. This is political, and you want the PR to be district-friendly and non-political. You know, not, so that's the point I want to make. Mr. Clack.
Just a little bit of clarity. I'm trying to be clear about some things. It says that in our commitment to Flint Community Schools as a longtime partner, the firm of Lambert will donate additional $1,000 in pro bono services above the monthly budget listed below. Then it says the monthly retainer is $9,500. Then in the next section below, the paid digital media says $10,000 per month. Is that in addition to the $9,500, or that's all one?
That was a second option.
Oh, okay.
That was the second option, so we're not going with that option. We're
Right, it's
just
the
going
top
with
option.
just the top option,
Okay,
please,
cool.
is all we're looking at.
Okay.
Mr. Tariq King.
Yeah, all right, quick couple points to make sure I got this right. So Lambert, well, this company issue was the district person that was communicating information was not following through. Is that correct?
We lost them, they retired.
We lost the person.
The person that was working with the PR firm and usually let
The
them
district
know-
person,
Yeah,
right?
the district person.
Okay, and that's where the mishaps started to happen, right?
No,
So-
it wasn't that, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
We had our issues prior to that, but that didn't help. That was like another injury.
Okay, so follow me through this process very quick. So the district usually has a person that communicates with Lambert, right? To communicate, I guess what we want to put out on our district website, whatever, right?
Okay, so the website that we had before was redone.
Okay.
The board voted to redo the website completely. The website we had before was able to be managed by the executive assistant. That was previous,
Okay.
right? That was before me, that was before my predecessor. When the board voted to upgrade this website and make it better, we worked with the PR firm who manages it. They're the ones that manage it.
Okay.
So, is that helping?
That answers that, okay.
Okay.
So if there was issues with, is there a performance bond, something into the contract? That I guess when we have issues, do we start docking pay that we give them? Are you following me or no?
You can, you're supposed to, as a
Right.
board.
Yeah.
During your pink slip time and all those things, which I don't know if y'all gonna even have that anymore. That's when you as a board sits down and says, this is what should be in the contract. This is what this person should be held accountable to. We at one time had somebody that was doing a report card on these people that were servicing our district. I don't know what happened to that process. And then not blaming Mr. Jones, because a lot happened before Mr. Jones ever showed up. But back prior to, we had a report card system, and then we were rating them as to how they
Okay.
perform. But when you do your contracts, when it's time to renew contracts, whatever it is you want to see in their contract, you let it be known then. You let your legal people know.
Okay, is that currently in here, in this contract?
So in their contract, it should be services that they render, all right? These are
Okay.
services that they render. And if they're not rendering the service, if something happens, so I am the superintendent on the website, right?
Yes,
And
you
so
are, yeah.
I know that there's things that are said that has probably happened in the past, but I am the superintendent on the website. We do update things. There's always something to find.
Okay.
But not having that middle person
I get the point.
to be able to work with Lambert causes others to believe that this is Lambert's issue, or this is Lambert's fault, or they should do more.
Okay, so make,
Got a point
I
of
just wanna-
information, if you.
A point of information is a quick question or inquiry.
I mean, I've got information, so
He's speaking. Finish, Mr. King.
Okay, so my thought process is basically after all these, when we get contracts to our district, it should be some form of performance bond that we have to claw back some of the money that the service that they provide. They don't just provide a service. There should be some type of the report card thing. Do we do that? No, or no?
We don't have a report card.
Okay,
I don't
so
know about
I'm
that
just saying,
system.
some of
That was
to the
before his
idea.
time.
I'm thinking of if someone's not providing us a service, we should have some of the money back. That's just being
Yeah,
honest
you
with
should.
you.
I
You
agree.
should. So I would, in the future, for me, I would like to see that process going, because if they don't provide a service, or we dissatisfied with something, we should be able to let them know, especially if they don't fix it. Okay, we taking some of the money back that we paying you. I'm for the PR firm. Our district, many districts have a PR firm. I'm for that. And these are the two bids that we have, and I understand the other number two wanted you to pay hotel costs, which would be more money than normal. However, in the future, I will be voting for this one, but we need to have a process. How do we claw back money if you do not serve the district right?
Right.
So that's me.
So I'll say this also with that is several times because of a disdain or a dislike for something, we vote no in these meetings, and then the service completely stops, and then who does it? Who's
Yeah,
going to do the work while we're coming up with an elaborate plan? So in the meantime, then everything that you have a problem with on the website now, it's going to sit there until we come up with a plan, or we teach someone and find someone to learn how to use the website. So if this is something we want to do, I think we should have forward thinking about making those decisions and not a current, no, we're not going to have PR. Let's figure out a new way to do it.
And I
Yes,
do want
I'm
to
done.
say, we voted to have the attorney look at these contracts so we can do it, but because of the politics, she was pushed aside, so she didn't get a chance to review the contracts.
Do I still have the floor or no?
Mr. Clack, don't you?
Okay.
Did she have
Go
her?
ahead.
Okay, Ms. McIntyre, then Mr. Clack.
Okay, so this is where this was my concern with having these agenda items, and you having a packet that you hadn't had time to review, and not knowing maybe some of the background of this. The last time we had a subcommittee meeting where we did discuss the last renewal of Lambert's package, we did discuss how they weren't doing what they were supposed to do. There was no penalty for them not following. I mean, yeah, they updated the website, they technically checked the boxes, but it wasn't sufficient. And as Mr. Del Moroni was saying, the deficits that had been noted on the website have rarely or even ever been fixed, and it's been years for this particular company. The last time we renewed their contract, it was like, oh my God, do we have to renew their contract? Well, we don't have a choice. It's at the last minute. We're not going to have a PR. Again, we're in the same boat that we were in the last time. And we said, okay, we're going to do it, but nobody wanted the company. We all wanted something else. And now here we are again. Honestly, for $120,000, they're almost doing nothing. They're doing nothing. And I don't think that there would be, it's being posited as like, if we don't pick them, then we're not going to have PR. I don't think that that's accurate. This is a company that has failed us. This isn't the first, contract. This isn't the second. This isn't the third. This isn't even the fourth contract renewal where we've had this issue with this company. So this is throwing good money after bad. I don't think that voting yes for it is the answer. We have to fix this situation. They are failing. Like, they have not fixed the website, even though we've pointed things out to them. And I agree with Mr. Del Moroni that if we have some like urgent crisis communication, we do have legal counsel. That's exactly what legal counsel is for, and we should be able to do that. But we've got to figure out something else. For $120,000, this is an unmitigated no way.
Ms. Tisch, and then Mr. Clack. Go ahead, Ms.
Mr.
Tisch.
Hink, I do want to reassure you that we do review our contracts before they go through the AP process. Myself and Chris have disputed multiple invoices that we have received. Not necessarily for Lambert, but for other vendors. We work with them one-on-one. We go through them. We are reviewing them all the time. So I do want to reassure you that we are monitoring our contracts and going through those. Secondly, this is the second time, maybe even third time in the last 6 months we've put this out for RFP. So this is not the first time this has come up. We've done this multiple times. I mean, historically, we can go back into board book. You can pull the copies of what we had prior. We do not have another contractor on staff or aligned if this is not approved. We do not have another PR firm lined up to take this place if this isn't approved.
Mr. Clack?
I honestly forgot what I was about to say.
It happens.
It was good too, but I honestly forgot, and I was really trying to hold on to it, but I honestly forgot. Oh no, that I remember. So if I'm hearing all of this correctly, Lambert can't successfully do their job until we successfully do our job. That's the bottom line here. They can't update anything. Well, we know that you're not the assistant superintendent, so that's that's a given. But they can't update anything unless it's provided to them. Is that correct?
Right, because they can't just go in and get to making statements and changing stuff and
Right.
updating, and they can't just go in there without you giving them permission.
Of course. So, I mean, I'm hearing talk of us taking or not paying out things, and if we do that, then we're kind of, are we violating a contract? Because if we're not giving them what they need to update things, then they can't update. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's accurate.
I wouldn't say we're violating their contract, though.
But it's
But they
still
can't.
not
But they only can do what we,
allow them to do, basically, so to
yes,
speak.
and we've talked about that.
Okay, so where do we go from here? Do we find somebody, like you said, do we train somebody, or is there a liaison between us and them, or, how would that go from here on
So,
out?
we've been working with my assistant, because there's been a lot of work with our executive assistant to the board. There's been a lot of work for her to do since she's come on, and she's still learning. And so it's a lot to do, so we're trying to push around some of the responsibilities and try to train folks to be able to support with this. And also continue doing the normal work we're doing, right? And so that's what we're currently doing, is trying to work with my assistant, Ms. Fisher, to learn how to be that go-between, because right now there is a lot to do with, Ms. Pam has a lot to do in her area that I don't think taking that on to be able to be that liaison is going to work. So we're currently doing something, trying to get Ms. Rebecca where she needs to be.
And I would like to say that's, when you spoke to the intern or the student, that was my interest in the student, to keep this. I think you need, in my opinion, as a person that's been here and seeing how this has failed us when it could be absolutely amazing, you do need somebody innovative on your side of the house. You do need somebody keeping up with what's going on in your district to feed them this information. Because when you look at media, that's like every day, every other day, at least once a week, you need somebody jamming. And they can't jam for you. They have to have your permission when they jam. You have to tell them what music they're jamming to. And if you're not giving them music, then there's gonna be no jamming. So you need somebody, I would say to you, I would get somebody that was a techie, that monitored this closely, that works for you, and like he said, to add this job to somebody else's job that's already struggling and thinking that they're gonna have attention 2-3 days out the week to keep this updated, current, whatever. That's a lot. I would dedicate one person to it. If you get a new PR firm next time or whatever, kudos to you, that's your choice. But being in the state that you're in, with my suggestion, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not ecstatic about Lambert, but I can't totally dump on Lambert when I know we fell so short. That is my comment to you. Mr. King?
Alrighty, it would be probably my last point on this one. So to make sure I clarify, this contract is for 6 months, from January 1st to June 30th. So I would ask the superintendent to probably find, let's see if we can have a web design program be started up for the next semester, the next school year, or something like that. But I will be voting for this because we do need a PR firm. I think, let's say next year in January, we as a board, we work together to try to find out a solution before June 30th come.
Right.
Let's say that we put that on one of the priorities to do. But as of now, we do need a PR firm for that extended time. I think we could do it together, and next year, make sure this is, put on the forefront so we can make sure students, internships do happen. But for me, for right now, I'm for the 6 months.
So is there any further discussion? We had a motion did we have a motion and a second? Where are we? We motioned and second, this is discussion. Ms. Melanie, did you have something you wanted to say?
No, I have anything.
Oh, I thought you were getting ready to say something. Okay, so right now, we're gonna take a roll call vote to vote on the PR firm. If you are for it, yes. If you are not, no. Mr.
This
you
is to move it forward.
Yes, to the next meeting.
Right, the full
Yes,
board.
yes. All of this that you're voting for is to move it forward to our next meeting where action will take place, okay? So I wanted to be clear on that. This is a cow, and then we're gonna move it forward, and you'll vote on these same issues again. You're just moving it forward. And if you get to the next, if you move it forward and you get to the next meeting and you be like, you know what, I just can't do that, you can still vote no. You always have a right to give your no if you're not comfortable. Okay, so we're gonna take a roll call vote. As I call your name, signify by saying yes to accept or no to decline. Did you have something else, Mr. Del Maroney? Okay, Mr. King?
Yes.
Miss Melanie Rutherford?
No.
Mr. Chris Del Maroney?
No.
Mr. Michael Clack?
Yes.
Miss Laura McIntyre?
No.
Miss Joyce Ellis McNeil?
Due to the urgency of this right now, I'm gonna go for yes.
And Carol McIntosh, it's a yes. Counting on my new board to do this due diligence on the next round. Motion passes 4 yes, 3 no. What is our next item, Mr. Kevlin? I'm turning it back over to you.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to move Resolution 1.25, authorization to approve agreement with Windstream Enterprise for supporting Sentinel phone system to the regular meeting tonight for adoption.
So moved.
Motion. Support.
It has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion concerning this? Seeing there is none, when I call your, Mr. Del Moroni?
Yeah, I just want to see what the total cost is on this.
$19,020 for a year contract.
And they're going to be upgrading stuff, updating stuff?
Yes,
And didn't we have someone come through and do all that recently?
Windstream will be providing a 10 meg circuit and 2 SIP lines for us and be going through the GISD GenNet.
GISD, Genesee Intermediate School District.
Yes, sir.
And what does that allow our phone system to do?
It allows us to proceed to a WebEx call system.
A WebEx call?
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. King?
Could you explain the technical terms in layman's terms for me? I think for a lot of people, that's your area, but I'll be voting for it, but I'm just saying, explain it, what you're talking about.
Mr. King, we're going to have our expert.
This gentleman
is
is
from
Okay,
Vartech.
okay.
This is Sam Jolly. He is our director of Vartech. They work with the technology in the district. And so he's here tonight to be able to explain that exact question.
Yes, thank you. Nice to meet everybody. So Windstream will be the essentially the dial tone provider for the phone system. We have a few different things going on. We have a brief one-year extension with AT&T. They're doing an in-place upgrade to WebEx, which is just the back end that allows the phones to dial out. We also have Windstream, which is providing the dial tone. And this is because AT&T was providing the primary circuit, the dial tone, and that circuit is ending, and so Windstream will be taking up that service. During this time, we will be migrating away from AT&T after this is all done, all the phones are still running, to the Sentinel provider, still Cisco WebEx. So any questions? It's kind of a few different things going on with this.
So is this going to give us more lines? Is this going to be faster? Is this three-way calling? Is this multiple extensions?
We will have some upgrades. So the provider of the software is Cisco. They also provide networking hardware. The upgrade is mandated by them. They are retiring the current software version, and the upgrade is necessary to keep the phones running. So that's kind of what initiated a lot of this. WebEx is superior. We'll have additional capabilities, options to allow work numbers to be answered on cell phones or at work, on work laptops at home, for example. Those will be upgrades, yes.
And when something goes wrong, who's going to service this technology? Who can get the bugs out?
Absolutely. So my team will be the first line of defense for any issues. Once all of the upgrades are complete and we're fully migrated away from AT&T, then Sentinel will be the phone provider. We will escalate to them for the complicated issues.
Okay, is there any other board members with questions? Mr. Del Moroni?
So how do administration people feel about taking their personal cell phone home with them and someone calling the district and it rings them at home at 9 o'clock at night?
I personally don't have that problem. People call me up to midnight or after before,
3 in the morning.
and currently with my job. So it depends on your job capability, and at some point you do shut your phone down in the evening, but I don't literally turn mine off. I just move it to a different area in my house.
We get calls all.
Yep.
I'm on call.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
it's just better for our system to be able to do that.
So does this move down to, with all due respect, to the classroom level, the teachers, and, I mean, what would I expect to see different with this phone, other than now someone can call me at home on my personal phone?
you're not going to technically see anything. Well, you are going to see stuff that it is different by migrating to this system. Some of our phones will be quicker as far as how it transfers information across, but as far as a true item that you could put your finger on, you're not going to see that type of clarity. Is that a good way to put it?
Yes, so provided everything goes as planned, then all the end users won't even notice anything has changed.
Well, so you know, we're having a problem within the district.
Just a second.
Sorry about that. My apologies. Go
We're
ahead.
having a problem within the district because certain, let me say, administrators only do, I think, the 9 to 5 shuffle. And beyond that, it's like, I can't go to that meeting. And so how do they feel about this?
So those are union members.
Yeah.
So those are union members, and we're not saying that everyone, like teachers or anyone that's teaching, you have to answer the phone. We're not saying that. He's just simply telling you what the capabilities will be for us. He's not saying that these people are going to have to do that.
But you're not saying we're buying something more than what we need because of the capabilities that we may not need or ever use.
So,
I mean, why are we going to give teachers the ability to answer their own personal cell phone at home after classroom hours if they don't have to? Why are we providing a service that they don't, but they're not required to use it?
right, so the goal is to keep students learning regardless of location. So if we're forced to go back to a remote learning situation, teachers will still be able to use their classroom phone number to make and receive phone calls, even if they have to work from home for any period of time. Could be for virtual or remote learning days, for snow days, or anything along those lines. It's an option or capability in the event that it's needed. It's not a requirement.
Yeah, but their classroom phone number is not their own personal cell phone number.
Correct.
Well, that's my question. I mean, you just said that the capability would be that they could answer phone calls on their personal phone, and then you also said they can do it on their classroom phone. So why are we giving them the capability to answer on their personal phone if now I find out that they got their own district-issued phone?
Right, so we've got a couple of
And they don't have to
things.
answer the personal phone. It's a
So-
redundant service at best.
The system is just to keep the phones running. An additional perk to the upgrade is users will have the ability to use their work computer at home and make and receive calls if they need to or choose to do so. They can use their district-provided device to make and receive those phone calls if they need to or would like to.
Mr. Clatt?
So I just took the time to go and Google WebEx by Cisco. That's correct, right? Okay. And it looks like it's, from what I get from just this 5 seconds of looking at it, it's going to make it more interactive between, or kind of keep interaction kind of plain and simple between the scholars and the teachers, all on. Am I on the right page here?
So there are different versions of the software. We didn't opt for video
The top
calling
tier
or anything
or-
like that because we
okay.
have that covered with other platforms. It's
Right.
just
Okay.
phone calls.
Okay.
Right.
All right. So it's just phone calls. So I could possibly, as a teacher, utilize my personal cell phone without utilizing my personal cell phone number. Is that?
Correct.
I think that's a good thing because and I think a lot of the teachers would agree that they would not like to, give every parent their personal cell phone number or have access to, have access to that person 24/7.
So, absolutely, Mr. Clack, but I want to say that we are not putting, we're not telling our teachers,
Right.
this is how you're going to operate.
Of
moving.
course.
This is not a move to add something to their contract. I want to be very clear.
Right, right.
Because what's being stated could make teachers feel as though that we're telling them that they have to use their personal cell. We're not doing that.
Right, right. No, that's
But
not what I was thinking.
we're just talking about the options
Of course.
that will come with this service.
Right, or the ability to. So yeah,
Yes, sir.
that's what I was thinking.
Yes, sir.
So it's kind of like, I guess, like a WhatsApp type of deal where you could use a personal cell phone you get a different number, but you
Google?
can still, like, yeah, or Google. Yeah, okay. Yes, I just wanted to make sure.
And the point in this would be because we have students, and a lot of times mama and daddy is at work during school time, and the teacher the mama or daddy need to speak to the teacher, but like he said, as a teacher, I wouldn't want my students' parents having my personal cell phone number. Call the school phone, but I'm waiting for you at home because I need to talk to you about Charlie. You see, so this would be the benefit, and like he said, it's not mandatory, but when you advance in technology, it should be some extra options available to you whether you use them or not. So, Ms. McIntyre?
So, yeah, I was just going to say, I think that this is a good option to have because it's no additional cost, but it's added value, and you were just asked the question, what else is it going to provide further? And technology has changed and has grown, and given our COVID situation and, you know, the fact that we're interacting differently with technology and phone systems, this is like just an added option that isn't required or necessary, but is now going to be available. So it's a nice option to have in case, God forbid, we have another pandemic experience, we have maybe a bout of inclement weather that lasts 10 days or, you know, a blizzard situation. It's Michigan, right? So this is just the phone situation, right? And nobody is obliged to take calls at home or anything like that. So I think that's really awesome. So thanks for that update. My question was, and apologies, can this be covered with ESSER? I can't remember, and I'm so sorry.
So the larger phone contract, we did procure that properly, and we obtained multiple quotes for it, and we did write it in our ESSER application. That was the initial portion of it that the board approved during our November meeting. And so I think this came to us on Friday, Chris, this additional service. So this will have to be a follow-up item, but the larger contract that we were mostly concerned about is in our ESSER application and has been approved.
So is this maybe something you could add to the conversation with the MDE? Okay.
Correct, yeah, because this kind of came up after we did the initial larger contracts.
Perfect, thank you.
Is there any other questions from any other board members? Seeing there is no more questions at this time, we will take a roll call vote because we did have a motion and a second, right?
Yep.
Got to keep up with it's a lot going on. Okay, so as I call your name, signify by saying yes to accept this and move it forward or no. Mr. King?
Yes.
Ms. Melanie Rutherford?
Yes.
Mr. Chris Del Moroni?
Yes.
Mr. Michael Clack?
Yes.
Ms. Laura, I almost called you Laura Sullivan, Laura McIntyre?
Yes, sorry.
Joyce McNeil?
Yes.
And it's a yes for myself, Carol McIntosh. This motion passes 7 yes, none opposed. Mr. Jones?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wolf, Dr. Wolf. Thank you, Mr. Henderson, and thank you, Mr. Jolly. We're moving to academics. I seek a motion and a second from the board to move Resolution 25.16, authorization to purchase items from the Section 31A grant to the regular meeting tonight.
So moved. Oh.
For adoption.
All right.
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion concerning these items? Seeing there is none, as I call your name, signify yes to accept or no to decline. Mr. King?
Yes.
Ms. Rutherford?
Yes.
Mr. Del Moroni?
Yes.
Mr. Clack?
Yes.
Ms. McIntyre?
Yes.
Ms. McNeil?
Yes.
And it is a yes for me, Carol McIntosh, and that motion passes 7 yes, none opposed.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to move Resolution 25.17, authorization to purchase approved items from the Section 35A5 additional instructional time FY23 grant to the regular meeting tonight for adoption.
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion from the board? Seeing there is none, when I call your name, signify by saying yes to accept and move this forward, or no. Mr. King?
Yes.
Ms. Rutherford?
Yes.
Mr. Del Maroney?
Yes.
Mr. Clapp?
Yes.
Ms. McIntyre?
Yes.
Ms. McNeil?
Yes.
And it is a yes for myself, Carol McIntosh, and that motion carries 7 yes and none opposed.
Okay.
Mr. Jones?
I seek a motion and a second from the board to move Resolution 25.18, authorization to purchase items from the Year 3 Michigan Comprehensive Literacy State Development Project grant to the regular meeting tonight for adoption.
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? And I just want to say to the board, these are the items that Ms. Murphy spoke with us
Right.
about
Yeah.
concerning the grants. Fill you guys in. I understand how it is to be new. Even when you old, you still like.
Yeah.
Okay, so no discussion. So as I call your name, signify by saying yes to accept this or no to oppose. Mr. King?
Yes.
Ms. Rutherford?
Yes.
Mr. Del Maroney?
Yes.
Mr. Clack?
Yes.
Ms. McIntyre?
Yes.
Ms. McNeil?
Yes.
And it is a yes for myself, Carol McIntosh, and that motion passes 7 yes and none opposed. Mr. Jones?
I seek a motion and a second from the board to move Resolution 25.19, renewal of the Great Start Readiness Program GSRP subcontract to the regular meeting tonight for adoption.
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? Seeing there is no discussion, when I call your name, signify by saying yes. No to oppose. Mr. King?
Yes.
Ms. Rutherford?
Yes.
Mr. Del Maroney?
Yes.
Mr. Clack?
Yes.
Ms. McIntyre?
Yes.
Ms. McNeil?
Yes.
And it's a yes for myself, Carol McIntosh, and this motion passes 7 yes and none opposed. Mr. Jones?
I seek a motion and a second from the board to move Resolution 25.20, renewal of the Head Start Operational Agreement, G-Card, to the regular meeting tonight for adoption.
So moved.
Second. It has been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing there is no discussion, as I call your name, signify by saying yes to accept or no to oppose. Mr. King?
Yes.
Ms. Rutherford?
Yes.
Mr. Del Maroney?
Yes.
Mr. Clack?
Yes.
Ms. McIntyre?
Yes.
Ms. McNeil?
Yes.
And it is a yes for myself, Carol McIntosh, and this motion passes 7 yes, none opposed. Mr. Jones? Is that it for your items? Okay, at this time, we did take a vote to, did we vote to table those? We voted to table those things already, right? Okay, so at this time, is there any comments from the board? Any questions? Okay, at this time, we will,
Oh, I was waiting for you to look this way. I just wanted to congratulate the new board members, and I'll say I wish you luck. When I got sworn in and shortly afterward, I had people from the public coming up to me, instead of saying, wishing you luck, they said, I'll pray for you. So at the same time, I'll pray for you.
Thank you.
okay, so at this time,
Yes, and welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Welcome.
yes,
Welcome.
yes, welcome. So at this, the time is 7:53. We will adjourn this meeting and roll right into our regular board meeting. We are going to table those other items which you already have voted to table. Is that proper, Ms. Pam? We already had the vote to table, yes. So this meeting is adjourned. It is 7:53.
May we please have a 5-minute?
If you'd like to go to the restroom,
Yes.
please, and come right back so we can roll on. seen your uncle last night. Who? At the, and I seen Miss Clinton. Miss Clinton was there too.
Where was y'all at? Now, where was y'all at?
Oh, man, when I tell you. When did you go to lunch? I don't even drink. I have 3.
Okay, oh, I love you, Sean.
I ain't come that early. Yes, dear.
2:30. I was trying to be early. Usually, listen, I'll be there at like 3:02.
Well, they would have to vote on their positions, and I don't know if they're ready. I think that meeting is in January, right?
That's up to the board, because I'm going out on Thursday.
What these is? Okay, what these?
Uh-uh.
You don't know him, you don't.
Well, I think we need to.
No.
We know we need. Well, ask him. Well, it is ask him now. Do they want to do that? But they're missing 2. They missing 2 minutes. One that they. Okay, well, we'll have to do that. When we make our remarks, let's
It's in there.
if it-
My thought is, can't all this be sent to us digital?
Well, this,
They got the- I think
whatever they want. It's not really about me.
Can we?
I think that it would be best to do it after we have approved all the items, because the public is
Okay,
waiting
well,
for
I didn't know
approval
that,
items.
but okay, yeah, that's too much.
If he wants to bring that stuff
That'll
up.
free you up.
We actually can batch it.
Some food. There's no
batch.
popcorn or nothing here.
You can batch all of them.
Okay, dude, what's the process?
Well,
We done already talked. Can't we batch these?
you can.
Yes, we can, cause we
can
don't.
batch 'em.
Right.
But then if you get one person.
They got to be quiet. We can bash this so we can go home. I'm
We
supposed
got
to
a
be in there. Yeah.
This
we had a 4-3 vote on, so I don't know if they're gonna get
Which one is that?
So what?
phone thing.
There's some
No.
I
minutes
thought
on
we
the
passed that.
No, that,
the
we passed it all. We
website.
passed
There's
it.
not.
Moving forward though.
I know
So
they're
now
on.
can
I
we
saw-
batch,
Yeah.
take
so-
out the item that we
so we-
moving out of
we're not gonna
finance and
decide
batch
that.
the rest?
I'm just saying we already had all the discussion.
Uh-huh.
I mean, why does somebody have to go all the way down to the district to grab the minutes?
PR firm should be separate.
Yes.
That's fine.
So the 5 or 6 items you voted,
Uh-huh.
we could possibly batch them, but like I said, your
But if other municipalities supposed to.
you had 3 board members vote no on one. So now they ain't gonna wanna batch that. Then you gonna separate them.
Well, we're gonna give it a try, and maybe they'll see if they,
And they can amend it if
so
if they would
make
like.
them, I need to make a motion
Make a motion
to batch.
To batch all action items.
So when do y'all wanna make that, right after,
I mean, some folks can't hear, so they can maybe read.
oh, okay.
Well,
Are we,
on-
after we
once
do the
get to
mission
new
statement, or
business-
are we gonna do it before?
Once we get to new business.
Okay, we get the new business, okay.
Joyce?
Upload. I said, that's my question.
And I think, oh, God.
She said,
Hey, Joyce,
not required by law.
should keep out PR firm, separate that out.
So he would have to make that amendment.
Oh, that PR,
He would have to make that amendment.
he wants to take the PR out.
They've been on there
Oh, yes, yes.
in the past
But let him make that.
Yeah,
and the
yeah,
minutes, because I was able to read them.
make that motion. Take it,
Oh.
yeah. Okay. I want to be out here, but
She
I
lazy.
get a dinner day.
It's that booth.
Oh, shit, I'm sorry.
We're ready to go.
All right.
Testing.
Good evening. We are back in session. The time is 8:03, and I call our regular board meeting to order. Today is December 6, 2022. I would like to call the Flint Board of Education regular board meeting to order. Board members, as I call your name, please reply by saying present for the record. Mr. King.
Present.
Ms. Melanie.
Present.
Mr. Del Moroni.
Present.
Mr. Clack.
Present.
Ms. McIntyre.
Present.
Ms. McNeil.
Present.
And I am Carol McIntosh. I am present. All board members are in attendance. I will now call upon Trustee Clack to read the district mission statement and first statement in the standards of practice.
Okay.
Do you want him to read the whole one now?
Mr. Tubbs. Yeah.
Laura, you gonna assist him up, read the opening statement, and then number 1, and we'll start going around.
I got it. Okay, the district's mission statement. It is the mission of the Flint School District to develop a community of learners who are prepared to live, work, and contribute in an ever-changing society.
On down to the in order part.
In order to provide outstanding leadership and better serve the Flint Community Schools, we, the members of the Flint Board of Education, commit to the following standards of practice. Number one, we shall be consistent in our dealings with each other, as well as students, staff, and community.
2, we will model trustworthiness and honesty in our relationships with each other, with our superintendent, and with our constituents.
Number 3, we will focus on a common goal of providing the best education possible for the students in the Flint Community Schools.
Number 4, we will respect the diverse views that each of us bring to the organization, as well as the views of others that we interact with as we carry out the business of the Flint Board of Education.
We will be open and authentic with each other, our staff, and community.
As we work to make decisions, we will focus on issues, not personalities.
Number 7, our decisions will be student-centered and based on objective facts. Do you want me to go to 8? Oh, okay.
And number 8, we will practice good listening skills to better understand our fellow Board of Education members and constituents.
Thank you. All righty now. I seek a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the November 9th, 2022 Board Committee of the Whole Meeting, November 16th, 2022 Regular Board Meeting, and the November 18th, 2022 Special Board Meeting.
Support.
So moved.
It has been motioned and properly supported. Was one of those a motion? Did you motion?
I want a motion that we accept the minutes.
Wait a
of the
minute,
meeting.
when we finish this, just,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
And then you support it?
Yeah.
Did you made the motion and you support it? Where's my motion and my support?
You made the motion,
I so moved to approve the meeting minutes.
Okay.
I support it.
It has been properly moved and, has it been moved and
Yes,
seconded?
yes,
You moved
correct,
it and who
yes.
seconded?
I'm seconding.
Okay, so it has been moved and properly seconded, because we don't want nobody talking about, oh, they didn't do it right, they first meeting, they breaking the law. Are there any corrections?
Question.
Yes, sir.
I don't see it on the agenda. Where is it at in our packet?
What?
The previous minutes?
You on the count?
Yeah, you gotta go
You
to
on
the
this
regular.
package right here in front of you, this small one.
The regular.
We're going to the count now.
You gotta go
Okay.
to the regular board meeting here.
Page 4?
Page
Okay.
2, I believe. Maybe.
Yep. Yep, thank you.
Maybe page 4.
Are there any corrections? The board finds it satisfactory?
Yes.
Okay, we're moving forward. Seeing none, the motion to approve the minutes from November 9th, 2022, Board Committee of the Whole Meeting, November 16th, 2022, Regular Board Meeting, and the November 18th, 2022 Special Board Meeting will be conducted by a roll call vote. And as I call your name, signify by saying yes to accept these minutes or no, you do not accept them. Mr. King.
Yes.
Ms. Melanie Rutherford.
Yes.
Mr. Del Marone.
Yes.
Mr. Clack.
Yes.
Ms. Laura McIntyre.
Yes.
And Dr. Joyce.
Yes.
And it is a yes for me, Carol McIntosh, and the minutes are accepted with a 7 yes to none opposed vote. The board will now hear comments from the public. I don't have anything up here, but if you're in the public and you would like to speak, please come forward now. State your name and your address. Hi, Ms. Kamala.
Good morning, good evening, everyone. I'm Carmela Johnson. I live at 3621 Pembroke Lane in Flint. I am the president of the SEIU, Service Employees International Union, of our Flint paraprofessionals. I would like to welcome each and every of you new board members, and I'd like to say good luck. And we are praying for you also. And thank you to our old board members who may be leaving. Thank you. And we'll be praying for you also. Welcome and have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Kamala.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public? Step forward, ma'am. Please state your name and address.
My name's Nadia Rodriguez. I live at 1610 East Court Street. I am a citizen of this city and a staff member of this district. I want to begin also by congratulating the new members of the board. Definitely looking forward to your forward thinking as a board in the future. Just one item I really wanted to address this evening, and that was your action item that you were speaking about, 11.25, about the phones. One of the things, obviously your packets are have a lot more information in them than the agendas posted online for the public. But one thing I did want to make sure was being addressed and that the board understands is that I'm hoping that this includes phones in our classrooms. Currently, we don't have them. So I was a little confused hearing that conversation. And during the pandemic, we were, as a staff, brought in and expected, we actually had a meeting where we had to come in, sit down, and everybody install Google Voice onto our phones because it was an expectation by the district that we be communicating and using our own devices to do that. So we currently do that without it being a cost to the district. So I just wanted to make sure that you understand that we have a need, but one of those wasn't one of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other members of the public that wish to address the board? Okay, seeing that there is none, the presiding officers of the board shall have the right to limit, okay, we did that part. I will now turn the floor over to Superintendent Jones for his communique.
Okay, and I'm going to try to make this as brief as possible. I want to just point out a few things that has been going on in the district that is noteworthy, board members. So I'm going to get right to it. So while we're on the, while we're talking about all the things that, the district is doing, I would like to highlight one of the many positive stories that recently happened in our district. As a part of our effort to support scholars and families during the Thanksgiving holiday, Flint Community Schools partnered with Chartwells, who's in the audience tonight. Would you just wave your hand, Chartwells? I really want to speak about two things that Chartwells partner with and provided sponsorship for. 100 scholars were given a wonderful meal, live entertainment, and a big bag of gifts for the holiday during the Thanksgiving. So yes, and that was so awesome, and Chartwells made all of that happen. But I also want to remind you of the event that happened the following day, where we fed 400 families with 10 days worth of meals. And this was also sponsored by Chartwells, and Chartwells did all the preparation for that work. And I just wanted to give Chartwells a moment and just let you all know we appreciate all the work that you're doing. And since you've been on board, we have seen a difference in the partnership and the work that you're doing with our scholars. So thank you so much for providing 500 scholars in Flint Community Schools with the type of service that you've given them. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So another beautiful moment from our scholars that I want to showcase is the World Kindness Day celebration at Southwestern Classical Academy last month. In partnership with the Crim Fitness Foundation, scholars were encouraged to demonstrate kindness by gifting special flowers to their teachers and peers. As a result, over 600 flowers were shared throughout Southwestern, and we were thrilled to see the hallways filled with smiles. These opportunities teach scholars the value of compassion and appreciation in a tangible way, further enriching their emotional capabilities. I would also like to congratulate Southwestern Classical Academy on the Navy Junior Reserve Officers Training Corps scholars for their successful commander's inspection that took place last week. We love to see our scholars learning new skills that emphasize citizenship, responsibility, and leadership development, which requires them to put in the work that prepares them for a successful future. So NJROTC scholars, we salute you tonight, and we thank you, Mr. O, Mr. Akanicki, for all the work that you all are doing in that work. So thank you, and we applaud you for that. This is important. In order to become lifelong learners, scholars are encouraged to focus on their reading and literacy skills. Flint Community Schools will host a family literacy night on Thursday, December 8th from 5:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the farmers market. We are committed to improving literacy, and this is a part of our literacy push for our scholars, and we are inviting our board members along with all others who would like to participate in this great event. Also, we would like to thank the Genesee County Kojic Alliance for adopting each one of our schools to support the work of the district and the education of each scholar. These partnerships in the community with churches and other organizations is very important to maintain the continuous community atmosphere we're trying to bring. So thank you very much, board members, and thank you for your time for me to do the communique.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
You're welcome.
Wonderful. Okay. Ms. McNeil, did you have something you'd like to say
Yes.
now?
I'll seek a motion and support from the board that we move all our action, and we batched our action items, since we already voted on this package, that we batch these items so we can expedite and move forward.
And I'm going to explain what
And
batching.
explain what batches.
Batching is all the stuff that you've discussed. They want to put it in one bundle and vote on it. However, if it is something you're not comfortable with and you want it extracted out the batch, you can say, just for example, item 10.10, I want to remove that from the batch, because you know you want to vote yes on the batch and you're not voting yes on 10.10. I'm going to be fair with the board members because you're new and I'm not going to set
Right.
you up like that. I'm going to let you make that decision wide open eyes. So when they batch something, if you don't want something in the batch, you call that item out and say, you know, I don't want to batch items such and so-and-so, and you rally the support of your board to remove that. Okay? That's how you use your vote. You don't just, if you're not happy and you don't want something in the batch, you let them know you don't want it in the batch. So if it's anything we previously discussed that you don't want it in the batch, this is your opportunity. Mr. Del Baroni?
Yes, I would request that we separate 11.23, the authorization to award RFP 22-008 Public Relations Service Contract Agreement.
So were we moving it out?
Yes.
Okay.
She didn't have support for her thing, though. We're just, I'm just,
Oh.
we haven't voted to, we
Oh,
haven't
she
supported
needs
it. I was just,
Support.
I was filling the board in on how
Okay.
this batch thing operates, because it is
Sure.
not my desire to blindside you guys, especially being new. So that's why I bring that up. And then, is that it, that somebody would like to have removed from the batch? Mr. Del Maroni?
Yeah, so we got the support now for it?
No, we haven't rallied for support. I'm gonna ask, after I ask everybody else, is there
She want to give
anything
everybody time to look at it.
to
and see
decide if
what
they wanna
take
remove
out, then
something
we're
out the
gonna
batch, so we can do it at
everything
one
else.
time?
Is
Yeah,
there a
I'm sorry.
motion on the floor right now?
It is not a motion. She
Yeah, I
was
made a
making the
motion.
motion, but it's not supported yet.
Okay, support.
Okay, so it has been moved and properly supported that we batch all items. Now, we have to vote to batch them. Is there any discussion? Discussion time.
And during
Yes.
discussion, you can take them out.
Mr. Del Maroni?
So I wish to separate 11.23, authorization to award RFP 22-008.
Hold on, wait a minute, because you motioned and you supported it.
Huh?
I don't know what that is. Well, you voted, you made the motion and you supported it. So once you support the motion, we're discussing that item. And then if you want to reduce it, would that have to be like an
Wait a
amendment
minute,
or something?
we passed the, no.
We're discussing the batch now.
Yeah, and we passed it.
And he wants to remove something, but I would think if we support it, first of all, we haven't voted to accept the batch. So we're in discussion, but I'm trying to make sure we do this right, not vote for that to be in the batch, and he wants to remove it. So I'm trying to do that properly. So
I can do it.
now that we've discussed, we're in discussion on her motion, and when you're in discussion, you can't make another motion or do no more action.
But you
Now,
just
if
told him he
you can ask for an amendment to amendment to her motion, then you remove it. And then we'll vote on your amendment, and then we vote on her motion.
Madam Chair, I think we kind of doing that a little backwards. What was you going to say?
So the motion was made, it was seconded, we're in discussion.
Right.
And the reason why trustee Del Maroni seconded it was because he wanted to get to a place where he could remove 11.23.
Right, and that's where we're at. We want to do it properly, though.
So are you saying that he can't?
I'm saying he would have to make an amendment, because the vote was to batch everything. So
Right.
if he wants to remove it, he can say, but I want to make an amendment to the motion, and I want to remove item such and such and so-and-so. Then we vote on his amendment, then we vote on the motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I help?
Go ahead, help if
So,
we need
so
some
the
help.
purpose of this, for the purpose of what Mr. Del Moroni is asking is because Mr. Del Moroni he didn't vote for that one to actually move forward. So for him to have to vote for that particular item with all the other items, it'll lose his, whatever he would like to
Voice
vote.
on this item.
On this item.
And he
So
doesn't want to do
separating
that.
that out would allow him to say, no, I'm not for that item.
And rumble for that item to pass or fail. So
Right,
that's
so-
why.
So removing that item, all other items will be in batch except for 11.23.
Yes,
Meant to,
yes. And is that your amendment? Because he never said he's making an amendment.
No, I mean, if that's what you want, an amendment, then I'll make that amendment to separate 11.23.
Okay,
So move, or second.
okay. So it has been, the amendment, so moved. Let's get a so moved and a second, even if it's, so that way we'll have everything solid. He made the amendment. Well, I think we still have to so move in second. So let's so move anyway and be safe. Is there, he made the amendment, so moved, second.
Right, so, I'm sorry if I'm interrupting something.
No,
So
you're
if he-
fine.
If he made the motion, she.
So it
she-
is a motion.
yeah,
The
that-
amendment is
that's the
our
motion, yeah, he-
respected
yes,
motion.
that's-
Okay.
yeah.
So it has been moved and properly seconded, I think. We're going to find out, though, but it's been moved and properly seconded. So as I call your name, to accept his amendment, signify by saying yes or no if you don't accept his amendment. Mr. King?
Yes.
Ms. Melanie?
Yes.
Mr. Demaroni?
Yes.
Mr. Clack?
Yes.
Ms. McIntyre?
Yes.
Ms. McNeil?
Yes.
And it is a yes for myself, Carol McIntosh. The amendment passes 7 yes and none opposed. I'm getting sleepy. Now we're going to vote on the motion, the original motion to accept everything else in batch. As I call your name, signify yes to accept this stuff in batch, or no, you don't accept this stuff in batch. Yes, Mr. Del Moroni?
Yeah, just for clarification, what we're voting on now is for all the other 5, except the one we separated.
Everything that we
Parking
moved.
lots, the ad
Yep.
building, Brownell, okay.
Yep, everything that was
No, no,
discussed
no.
tonight except for 11.23.
no.
What?
So remember that we took out,
Stuff out, yeah.
yep, we took out 11.22 and 11.24. So when it's time, I'm going to seek a motion for approval for the items that we discussed tonight.
We took those items out of,
Yeah, so.
We took 'em out on-
So
in
I
the
have to
regular
seek
meeting, yeah.
approval for
Okay,
those items
okay.
tonight, and I was going to name them off so everyone's clear on those
so this
items.
motion is excluding 11 points, say it again?
So it'll exclude 11.23.
Right.
We're not even.
He just made an amendment for that.
And it'll exclude 11.22.
Okay.
And it'll exclude 11.24. We're going to get back to 11.23 after
Right.
we have completed
Okay,
the batch.
that's what I wanted to hear, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so you've heard the motion. I'm kind of, wait a minute, what was 11.22? What was that item? Because I got some concerns here.
So we're not doing
Right,
it.
We're not doing that.
We're
We
not
took it
doing
out.
Oh,
that.
those are one of the things you
They
chose to
didn't move
table?
forward.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
took it out.
Okay, okay, I got you. I thought this was one of the items that we discussed to move forward. I'm like, what in the world is going on? What the heezy
Okay.
weezy?
Well, that's-
Okay,
that's
I'm
what
with
I-
you guys now. Go ahead, sir.
That's what I was asking. 11.20, are we voting on that tonight?
So,
For
so-
the ad
Let me get this
parking lot?
straight. So the items that we're voting on will be item 1.11, 11.21, 11.25, 25.16, 25.17, 18, 19, and 20. Is that proper?
So I can tell you what we're going to exclude. 11.22,
2, 3, and 2, 4.
11.24, and we're going to exclude 11.23.
But
what we
right?
bring
Right, we got those
We're
three.
excluding those, and everything else is going to be in the batch.
Right.
That was discussed tonight.
Including 11.2.
11.20.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
very good.
Okay, so are we clear? Is our minds clear? If you have questions, it's no stupid questions,
Yeah,
speak
it
up.
is. You got to get clarity, so make sure you ask.
Yes.
So, all right, I'm gonna say it again for my brain.
Mhm.
So, the batch is going to include 1.11, 11.20,
Yes.
11.21,
Yes.
11.25.
Correct.
3.
No, we're going to hold
Not
off.
23, we holding 23.
23.23 is pulled out by the vote, right?
Yeah,
And then we're approving the academics.
which is 25.16
That's what's going to be considered in the
through 20.
batch, right?
Yeah,
Correct.
Except
Yes.
for the one trustee Del Moroni wanted to pull out.
exactly.
Okay, that's understanding now. Thank
Okay,
you.
everybody, all minds are clear?
You okay?
Mr. Clack, if you got a question, come on
I
with
thought
it.
that we were still on 11.23, so that's taken out.
We voted on 11.23.
All right, cool.
And that's fine.
On that for a minute.
Because a lot goes on and you can't keep up, I understand.
okay.
We
All right.
removed that and that's what we voted on. So
just
now
wanted
we're
to be sure.
voting on the batch.
Okay. I just
And
wanted to
those
be sure.
items that he called off is what will be voted on in the batch.
All right.
And everything else has been tabled, so you can review for your next meeting.
Okay.
Okay. So as I call your name, we're voting on the batch at this time. When I call your name, signify yes to accept them in batch, or no, you don't accept them. Mr. King,
Yes.
Ms. Melanie,
Yes.
Mr. Del Moroni,
Yes,
Mr. Clack,
Yes.
Ms. McIntyre,
Yes.
Ms. McNeil,
Yes.
and it is a yes from Carol McIntosh, and the vote passes 7 yes, none opposed. Now, we will be voting on item 11.23, which was removed from the batch. Is there any questions before we start the vote? All righty, Mr. Del Moroni.
well, I just want to say again, this company, in my opinion, has just not lived up to expectations. I think I can say for the board, probably for many members of the administration. I don't see a problem with doing an internship with someone from within, a student within the district, or actually hiring someone from without, going to Mott College, U of M Flint, Kettering, wherever, and for much less money. Given the fact that they're only putting, 40 or 50 some hours into this proposal per month. And, it costing the district $9,500 a month. Personally, I wouldn't know how to do it, but I know there are people who are trained and in training and retirees out there and just a whole host of people that could do this. So I'll be voting no, and that's my spiel.
Okay, and this is a 6-month contract, right? We did say this is from January to June, right? Okay, well, I'm
Yeah.
asking for my
Yeah.
clarity, sir.
Yeah.
Just making sure before I give up my
And-
yes, because I'm not ecstatic with them, but I can't,
Madam President.
I'm sorry, just one second. I can't throw all the grief on them. Let's go by hands, because we're
I had
getting out
hands
of.
up for a minute.
Were you done, Mr. Del Moroni?
Well, I just wanted to say, this is not the first 6-month contract
No, it's not.
extension.
No, it's
And-
not.
We
You're
know,
right.
yeah.
Okay, now, and then we got Mr. King, we got Mr. Clack, and then we're gonna come around.
Why don't you get our new board members, then I.
Well, that's what I
say-
said, Mr.
yeah.
King, Mr.
Yeah,
Clack, and
okay,
then you.
that's fine.
Mr. King.
Do we have a motion on the floor? We don't have a motion on the floor.
No,
just
we
yet,
don't.
Right,
We're
okay.
discussing.
So,
Well,
wait, what?
Well,
It's discussion.
he's pulled it out, we haven't, we're discussing it now, and then we're gonna vote on, because we moved it forward to
Okay,
vote on
so
it.
make sure, so we need a motion first, then discussion, then vote, right?
I'll agree with that.
Right?
Seek the motion.
Yeah,
We
you
gotta
can-
seek a
yeah.
motion first, right?
Yes.
So I-
Okay, so,
Should I seek the motion?
Well, go ahead.
Okay, so I seek a motion that the board approves 11.23
so moved.
tonight.
So moved.
Support.
Okay, it has been moved and properly supported. 11.23, any discussion on this item?
Madam President, I have discussion.
Ms. Melanie?
I don't think the district is prepared for a public relation firm like this. Just hearing what you said, Superintendent Johnson, that the information is not there for them. So why are we paying $10,000 a month and we're not prepared to provide the information? That's why I'm a firm no right now. And I can't support it right now as it stands because I just see other ways that we could use that $10,000 a month.
Okay, Mr. King, is anybody else? Mr. King, is it, who else? We had somebody else.
Did you want me to respond?
Did you want to respond?
You can if you want.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
So thank you, Board Member Relaford. We still can't drop the work of the PR firm and the things that we have to do in the district and continuing to work and upload information, upload the board meetings to the website. They're the ones that do that. They're the ones that know how to do that. We don't have a trained professional to be able to do some of those items that is necessary even for the next board meeting coming up in January. Now, if we want to look into doing something different, I think we have enough time to do that. We tried, like Tish stated, Dr. Tish stated, we've done several RFP processes to put this out for bid to have other companies. We've only had 2. And so with that being stated, we have to continue that work in the district. So that's.
Is there any other statements, Mr. Clack?
Excuse me. As an uninformed trustee, I was completely against, this before. But after listening to your reasonings for saying why we need a public relations, I'm not really 100% for this.
Right.
I'm definitely not. But as far as legal ramifications and things of that sort, I have to go with a yes because, I can't see us not having,
Risk it, yeah.
Yeah, I see it as being more of a risk of us going in the no direction. Even though I'm definitely not 100% for this, definitely not for the cost. But as you stated, we definitely need public relations, and I can't put 100% on the blame on them when we are mostly at fault here.
We slacking.
So I'm gonna have to go with the yes vote.
Okay, Ms. McNeil, go ahead.
I want to just speak to the board for us to really think about this situation. What you see now is just what you see. But when you're in those positions, which Madam President and I both been the president, and there are some things that's going to come up that we have to address, and that PR firm is needed for that. It's only for 6 months. As our new board member come on board, we have some brainstorming to do within those 6 months. But to drop that PR firm is more than just doing the website. It's past doing the website. It's other things that we must have this PR firm doing. There's so much legality to it, and something come up, a crisis come up. We got to have that PR firm right there to represent this district. And that's the part that you board members, we looking at these dollars. Trust us, we've been wrestling with this company, trying to get another company in, but we can't cripple the district because we don't like all the service, but that service is kind of needed. We have 6 months to work on this, get this stuff done. I wish we had to put some type of MOU in here with this particular company where we can say we need a memorandum of understanding that we're going to be looking at you and evaluating you. But we until we can do that, we can't cripple the district because of some things that we have not done, not just the board administration. It's just some work that we have to do. So if you know how crucial this is behind the door, then you understand where I'm coming from. So I will not be voting this down. As like Mr. Clark says, much I really don't like this, but I think we're smart enough, and the new board members coming on, we can get together and work with the administration. We have to work with this administration and see this what we can come up. Dr. Tish is really good at what she said. She done the research on it, and this I'm just asking the board, let's not hold the district back. It's a lot of money, but at the same time, it's also gonna cost us more money if we're not in the right position when that time happens.
Okay, I want to say, and also, you have to, okay, I'm making a list over here, so you're at the end of the list. Okay, so because you have to post your meetings in a timely manner. And if you don't, you done broke the law, okay? And with nobody in the district, because we've had a lot of turnover, with nobody knowing how to work the website, you put yourself in grave danger of being sued on so many levels. And, so with the putting up of the board meetings, if you have a special meeting, that might have to get on there right today, because you got 24 hours. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So with those things, because I'm with you, I feel some type of way about them, and we could never get it gelled out to get this, because I felt the same way he said. I've been said that years ago. It seems like we can get a college student to do this, but the technical portion and the legalities, you have to realize this firm knows school board rules and how to keep us, even though they're not updating like we want them to, we're not giving them the information like we should. You're looking at your board meetings not being posted, you're looking at information to parents that might need to be posted. If it's a school closing, if it's snow, it's some things that you're gonna have to act on right now. And you ain't gonna have time to figure it out and work the website. So keep that in mind, that time is always of the essence. Your back is going to constantly, just like you came in tonight and these things were pertinent and you had to, even though you were kind of unsure and needed more, it's gonna be a lot of days like that. It's gonna be a lot, because there's so many elements to this that you are not going to be able to foresee, because it's only 24 hours in a day. It's only so much work you can do. So I understand wanting to save the money, because when I came in, I was against all third parties. All of y'all can go. Let's bring it back in-house. And I was able to do that with finance, because Ms. Tish's job was a third-party company that was not doing us a good service. So those things, when you see this type of spending and wasting, and you have those stellar ideas, get together and put them in action. What you can't do, though, is leave yourself crippled in any aspect, because due to the economics and the environment of urban education, you are going to be crippled enough. What you don't want to do is cripple yourself. So you have 6 months, whether you vote yes or no. I would look at a time frame. They would be on board for 6 months. You got 6 months to look at something. Then you got the whole summer. You see what I'm saying? Give yourself time to make intelligent decisions, because when you make quick emotional decisions, you've left something out. You didn't know they did this. You didn't know they did that. Well, you've let them go. Now what you gonna do? See what I'm saying? So when you're getting rid of people, you need to know exactly what it is they're doing when you shooing them out that door, because that's how you end up with a bunch of stuff not getting addressed, because you didn't know Roro handled the snow contracts. So now it's just snowed and ain't nobody to shovel. That type of thing. So when you're getting rid of people, know what they do and what they don't do. Even if it's minute or minimal, know what it is that they address. Okay, Mr. King, and then they had their hand up first. Mr. King, Mr. Clark, then you. I got a list right here. I'm writing it down. Oh, did you?
No, I thought Laura was next.
No, I've been writing it down before she put her hand up.
Add me to your list.
It doesn't matter as long as I get my question answered.
All right, so I'll be brief. So Superintendent Jones, who is the person who would be taking over, being the conduit, really, relaying information?
So I've been working with my assistant to get her acclimated into helping with the technical parts of getting information to Lambert.
Okay.
So we're in introduction stage. So that's going to take some,
People will take time, right, okay.
Absolutely, it's gonna take some time. She's currently assisting 2 departments, but we have to get this done. And so
Right.
I'm gonna assist her with doing this. That's where we currently are right now.
Okay, do we have a plan to have someone else learn this, or besides that one person?
So if we do come up with a plan to have someone else supporting, we're going to probably have to add a stipend or some
Right.
type of extra pay to another staff member
Okay.
to do so.
My request is, Mr. Jones, I hear the sentiment of the board is to just find someone local or, to lessen the cost. I guess from now until, just not wait till the last minute, but let's try to work some partnerships, local businesses, get media out, trying to prepare for something like that. At least let the media companies, local media companies know that, like, it could be a possibility, so they know about the RFP process. Or the students, let's start that conversation now with our local partners, whether it's U of M, our inside the school thing. So I'm going to support it. I just ask you to, with the team, to create the partnerships now or the information, and then when the board ready to discuss it, we can have some groundwork. That's all my only request. So we prepared for when it comes, not the last minute, just early. So we get the board work business done. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Platt?
Okay, I just getting some clarity. Is it too late to draw up an MOU, and is it too late for that?
Too late. It's never too late.
So why can't we just create an MOU and come to an agreement and go that route? Yay? I mean, can we?
I wouldn't, I want to think about that for a second.
Would that violate some type of contract if we did that?
Well, their contract ends at the end
Right,
of
so
this
we
month.
could, so we could
right?
create a new contract involve, and implement an MOU, right?
So we put out an RFP, right?
Put out another one. Madam President, I have a response when you get it, when I get a chance.
I'm sorry.
No, they're
oh,
talking. I
okay.
just said.
I want to deal with
Yeah.
Mr. Clack's question. So we put out an RFP, right?
Correct.
We've gone through that process. How do you go back and,
We redo the process if we want to completely change the scope of work with a memorandum of understanding.
so that means what?
And that means what we did put out, we would just cancel and have to start all over from scratch and re-put it out to meet the intent that you're requesting here. Because all bidders and people who bid on this, there was only 2, would have to have the same scope of work, the same rights. We met with both vendors. We did a video conference with both vendors. So to come to the board table now and try to do a memorandum of understanding, which would rework the scope and the agreements that were in that RFP, we would have to start over.
What does that mean, that we have to start over?
That means that we would completely start from scratch. We would put a new RFP up.
Time
We would
frame.
have to,
Time frame.
yep.
Tell the time frame.
Oh, that's quite a while. It's gonna be, we'll put it up, even if I was to redo it tomorrow when I go to work, it's a 2 to 3 week process that we'll leave it up. Then it's gonna close, and then I have to pull a review team together. The review team then independently reviews everything, comes back. A lot of times with something of this nature, we're doing interviews, we're doing recaps, we're reviewing everything, preparing clarifying questions based on what they did submit. So it's close to a 60-day process from start to finish on some of these more in-depth RFPs.
So would that mean that for that 60 days, we're without representation?
Correct.
But that's only for 2 months, though.
I have a question, Madam President. Do we not have an attorney?
We do.
So if we have an attorney will take care of that, correct?
Well, not
Just help me.
Yep. Attorney does not go out and put things on
The website.
Is that what you're asking?
No.
Okay.
What I guess my rationale for saying no is legal advice should come from attorney and not a PR firm. One, let me do this disclaimer. I've been executive assistant for 16 years, and uploading minutes is a matter of you typing them up, and putting them on the site is a matter of you hitting a button. That's not a lot of training. I know everybody is overworked, but the work must be done, and I just hear a bunch of excuses. People can pay too much money for stuff not to get done. And that's my whole concern. You gonna earn your keep. If you getting paid money, you're going to work, period. I came down to the administration building, and I've been to a couple of schools. You have a lot of people not doing anything. And that starts from the top. So it's time to do some work. No, this stuff can come inside. That's $120,000. And then I'm hearing Ms. Murphy say, we don't have the money to give some to our babies. That's why we here. Every extra dime we got is going towards the kids, period. So when you hear me say no, I'm saying no because I don't understand it. You get an attorney for that. You can talk very well. Ms. Murphy, you can talk well. All you all that's up in administration, you can talk. You know how to talk. We're paying you to talk and do your job. We're not paying you to pay somebody else. So that's why I'm firmly no with that. If you got to start over, guess what? You just go start over because that's not acceptable. That's not doing justice to the taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Ms. McIntyre?
So I wholeheartedly agree with Trustee Relaford. I'm really glad that she said everything she said, because she said it differently than I've been saying it. I feel like this argument is disingenuous, that we're once again being put in a situation. The last 2 times that this contract has been up, we've asked for the exact same things. Why wasn't it put into the RFP? Why didn't we have the MOU? We've asked for internships. We've asked for community partnerships. We've asked for these things for the last 2 times this contract has been up. And it's the same thing over again. And this talk about updating with staff, I think Trustee Relaford is absolutely right. It doesn't take rocket surgery to do it. And I feel like this argument is disingenuous. This whole thing about, oh, we're gonna fail, the district is gonna be no, I don't agree. I just don't agree. So we need to say no to this, give it an extra time. Maybe we do put out another RFP and we have a couple of months where we have legal counsel. If we make it work. For $120,000, we can make it work. I agree with Trustee Relaford. This is absolutely ridiculous that we're spending this amount of money on this particular thing at this particular time. And so, again, a firm no, and I really don't understand the opposite position, but.
And I want to say it's 60,000 because it's a 6-month contract.
So it doesn't say that here?
Well, that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying.
It's what we're voting on this page.
Right, that's what I'm going to say. It's what you're voting on, and what they presented is a 6-month contract.
Okay, so here it is in writing?
No, it's a year.
Ms. Tish, you got some corrections to make, right? And she stated that when she came, when Mr. Clack asked her about it.
6
Yeah.
months.
Okay.
Because it said June 2022, and it should have been 2023. So that is my fault 100% for putting 2022 through June 2023.
No, here it says a 1-year period, January 1st, 2023. Is that the other one that? Okay, and so through December 30th, 2023?
I'm not sure what page you're on, Laura.
Page 12 of the cow. I mean, that's where the contract was, so I'm
I'm just trying to follow you, that's all, okay?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
really
yeah.
sorry.
No, it's.
Tish, you're fine.
I'm
Just
trying to-
relax, just relax and look it over. It's fine.
No, it's not, I'm trying to figure out what the.
I'm just presenting what's best for the district.
That's all you can do.
Okay.
Mr. King?
Is it okay?
What's the dates?
Is it okay? Do you have what she's talking about?
Yeah.
All right, so.
I just was trying to follow where she was saying 1 year, 6 months. I was just trying to find it in the documents here.
It's in the,
So the one that's actually signed by the secretary here.
Yeah.
Okay, I do see where you're talking at the top and the bottom. It is different, so we would have to.
Am I reading it right, or?
I see where you're talking. So it would have been, it should have been the 6 months at both ends there. because we roll these through the end of the fiscal year, which is June 30.
Okay.
June 30, 2023?
Correct.
Okay, so it's just the December that's,
Mm-hmm. Yep, because at the top, if the first paragraph, it says
Okay.
January
Gotcha.
1st through
Okay.
June 30, and it still said 2022, and it should have been 2023.
Which is 6 months.
Yeah, for the 6 months.
And then at
I did
the
not catch the bottom part of
Okay.
that. That was probably because when we did this in July through the December.
no explanations are needed.
What?
I have like
I'm gonna
partial
own that, that's my
dyslexia,
mistake.
and I'm trying to
That's my
figure
mistake.
Madam
out
Chair.
the.
You're fine, Miss Tish. You're good.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. King.
Dr. Tish, I know you've been at this for a long time. Okay, you're human, you make mistakes, we all human, okay? So my question is, what's the next point of action? So do we need to, let's say, make an amendment to this or something to make sure it's say January 1st, 2023 to June 30th? 'Cause now I can understand what Trustee McIntyre was saying. I can
Right.
understand
I
the
see it now too,
frustration
yep.
in that. So do we need to do amendment to this resolution here, or what's the next
Point
point
of
of action?
information.
We can make the motion, go ahead.
Just one second, Mr.
Point of
Delmarone.
information. What does the contract say? I don't care what's in this.
That's
What does the
that's what
contract
matters
say?
and what we vote on. And one thing about it, anything you vote on pertaining to a contract, somebody on this board gotta sign it. Okay?
Okay.
Just know that. But
So-
you're right, get it straight.
Okay,
And
so-
then when you have these type of issues, you make yourself a note, and you make sure your president has made a note. So when they go to sign that contract, it says 6 months and not a year. If that's what you want, you make it clear to your superintendent. This is
Okay.
a 6-month deal.
Okay.
Mr. Delmarone, what were you saying?
Well, I don't know if we're trying to make the correction right now, or if we're still in,
Well, we're in discussion right
in
now.
discussion. Okay, so what I want to say as far as discussion,
I had the floor.
to the new board members, you cannot read this stuff long enough or often enough, nor can you ask enough questions, okay? Trust me. 13 months, I've experienced it. Now, as far as posting the Open Meetings Act, we heard that it's got to go through the PR firm and they're going to post it up. I don't think it has to go through the PR firm. I don't think it has to get posted on a website. So don't be misled by this stuff. I don't think when there's a snow day that the superintendent is getting on the phone at 3 a.m. in the morning calling Lambert to say, hey, make sure you post it on the website. We're closed today. We're
Well,
going to
it
have a
should
half a
be.
day.
Yes, you do. I done seen it. I went
Lampert's
to the
available
website.
24 hours a day.
I went to the website,
Lampert's
saw
available.
that on
Yes.
there, so I know that that's on there.
Okay, well, I'll stand corrected then. But I'm going to guess a majority of the people are looking at a local TV station.
Maybe, maybe not. They might have missed that
not.
part
We
of
have
the
to
news.
cover
I
all
don't know.
bases.
You
But-
gotta be legal though. You gotta be in order.
Well, the fact is, the Open Meetings Act doesn't require that it be posted on the internet.
But
Okay,
that's
that
what-
it be posted through a PR
I
company.
didn't say the Open Meetings Act, we have to inform our parents. Our parents have a right to know when we're making sudden decisions, and they need someplace where they can go and make reference. We also do have robocall, but if they miss their
We can
phone,
throw it up on a door at the admin building,
but they might not be coming to the admin building.
but that's our requirement. We
It
can
might-
go beyond the requirements.
Exactly. And when you're servicing people.
But I'm not going to spend
Madam
$120,000 for someone to put it out on the website.
So I just
Okay.
want to
Excuse me.
reaffirm that.
Excuse,
our
wait,
PR
wait,
firm
wait,
does
wait.
more than
Order,
website.
order. Hold on, order. Let's get some order. We all talking at one time. Take it easy, Miss Tish. It's okay. You're doing your job.
Okay.
It's fine. Relax. You're not in no trouble. We
No,
just
no.
hashing this out. Don't get off, don't get wrapped up in this. But you go ahead. What were you saying?
I was just going to say they do well more than just our website. So the support they provide and that crisis management that they provide our superintendent and the administrative staff I can't even express the value that comes with that from that firm. So I know there's a lot of issues with the website management. I hear what the board's saying, and I love their ideas of getting interns in, but that crisis management can't be handled from an intern. They don't know the story of the district and what we're trying to push forth. And being in the forefront of those media relations is so instrumental. And having a law firm, yes, I see that, but a PR firm that specializes in being in the forefront is really critical, I believe, for our district.
Is there any, Mr. King, Mr. Clack, Mr. Del Moroni, did you have your hand up?
Yeah. You know, this whole thing about the PR firm and that, if it's some kind of catastrophe, emergency, or whatever, the media is going to be to us before we make the call to the PR firm. We'll be answering questions of the media before the PR firm. We're going to go through our attorneys.
Yes, you can. Anytime.
I'm sorry, who has the floor?
I'd say I want to make a call for the question.
She asked for the question.
I've got the floor. You don't have the floor.
Were you still talking?
Yeah, I was while you
But
were talking.
When you call for the question, though, let's be clear, when they call for the question, that kills all conversation, and that means time
They
to
have to
vote.
be recognized, and I've got the floor.
You're right. She asked me because she called for the question. I was telling you could call for the question when somebody else is talking. I would think, well, that's rude. I would wait to be recognized, but usually people just bust out and say, call for the question.
Go ahead, kick the can down the road. Go ahead.
Well, no, we're giving you a chance to talk. Say what you got to say.
The same arguments we heard tonight were the same arguments we heard 6 months ago and 6 months before that.
And
nothing's happened.
We still got a right to vote.
The can has been kicked down the road.
And that's how it goes. That's how it goes. You get a vote. Mr. King.
Okay, I'm not going to belabor this. The district needs a PR firm. People get methods of communication through extreme amount of ways.
Sorts, right.
A lot of ways. And we have to accommodate that. This is the
Exactly.
21st century. We have to make sure people are informed. So with that being said, I'd like to call for the question.
Okay, well, I recognize Mr. King. Here's your word for you. Okay, so discussion ends, and we finna call for the question. When I call your name, you got a right to say no. You got a right to say yes, okay? Do your thing, board. Mr. King.
Yes.
Miss Melanie.
No.
Mr. Del Moroni.
No.
Mr. Clay.
It's hard, but yes.
Miss McIntyre.
No.
Miss McNeil.
Yes.
Carol McIntosh. It's a yes. I'm rolling with the district, and we gonna tighten up. I'm gonna be looking at y'all to make sure y'all do this work. Then the vote.
So what you just did was voted to call for the question.
Well, we
You didn't vote on the motion.
stuff, right? It's time. Now we call for the
Yeah,
question.
you didn't
So-
vote on the motion.
So now we done call for the question. You right? 4 yes for the call for the question, 3 against. So it passes. We calling for the question. Now, when I call your name, you signify to vote for 11.23 yes or no. Thank you so much, Mr. See, that's what we got them for. We got to work together.
Yes.
No one person got all the solutions. Let's go, Mr. King, yes or no?
Yes.
Miss Melanie?
No.
Mr. Del Moroni?
No.
Mr. Clack?
Yes.
Miss McIntyre?
No.
Miss McNeil?
Yes.
And it's a yes from me. The vote passes, 4 yes, 3 no, and I'm watching y'all to see what y'all do to straighten this out down the line. Thank you.
Hey, Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
with the correction of that in their resolution, 6 months, are we correcting that?
Okay, so that's what, Miss Tish, you got that. It ain't going out for no year now, because
6 months.
we sore about it already now, so don't you mess that up.
No, absolutely
You know they
not.
gonna come for you now.
And you know, Ms.
Tish
Dr.
doesn't
Tish, you
mess
know what?
things up. She
It's 9
really
o'clock.
doesn't.
I appreciate you.
All right,
Get
so,
this done.
so.
Really
and-
appreciate you. This is not about you.
Okay, and we moved the table, did we vote on table, and we're gonna speak on the table anyway to make sure we're proper and in line. Did we vote?
We already did that.
We voted to table already, yeah.
You have information.
Wait, oh,
We
we
got to
do.
vote on that batch.
You already did.
We voted on the batch
all of
first.
that.
Okay.
And
so
then we
everything
voted
is
on.
fine.
Now
Okay.
you have to do 12.
So now we got number 12, which is information.
I think we voted to move the batch, but we did not approve it.
That's what I,
Yes, we did.
We didn't
Say that
approve
again,
it.
Pat?
We didn't do
We
the
didn't
batch.
approve it.
We didn't approve the batch.
okay, she keeping it together into a batch, okay, and she
didn't
might be right.
She's right.
And she might be right, so here we go, doing our
That's
due
what
diligence.
That's her job over there.
Yep, we got, see?
Keep us on
And it
point.
take everybody.
Yeah.
Because you see how you get caught up? You can't remember 20 minutes ago in all this conversation, but anyway, so at this time, we're gonna take a vote on our batch.
Motion, right?
The motion was
We need a
accepted.
motion first, right?
We're gonna make a
To
motion.
approve the batch.
I made a motion to approve it,
No.
now we got to make.
No, we got to vote on the batch. The motion to batch it was voted on.
Right.
And I thought that was.
Approve the batch.
Right, now we got to approve the batch. See,
can I
because I
make a
thought that
motion?
was the approval, that was the.
Gotcha.
Okay,
Okay.
so now we approving the batch.
I would like to make a motion to approve the batch.
Okay.
Support.
So it has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yeah,
Mr.
it's been, I think, all of 20 minutes, so can you tell us what item numbers are in the batch again?
Yes, I can. They're right here. I have them written down. You have
The
11.
one that we're taking out of one, he's one approved.
Where am I? No, this
The
is.
ones that we're voting on now.
11 point, okay, so at this point, we'll be, wait a minute, I wrote my stuff down. Where are my notes at? I took
could I
notes.
do it?
Hold on, in case I
Madam
need
Chair,
them.
Madam Chair, could I do it right quick? Tell them what's in the batch.
No, he be trying to tell me. I ain't want him to tell
Okay.
me, so I better let him tell me then. All right then.
Let him tell.
At this time, what we have in the batch is item 1.11, item 11.20, 11.21, 11.25. And then we also have 25.16 through 25.20.
Yes.
In the batch. All right.
Okay.
Is there any discussion?
I do. Melody, I'm sorry,
Yes,
Madam
Ms.
Chair.
Melody, go
So
ahead.
information's not in the batch?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No, ma'am.
All right.
So as I call your name, we're voting on the batch. Signify to say yes to accept the batch, no to decline the batch. Mr. King,
Yes.
Ms. Melanie,
Yes.
Mr. Del Maroney,
Yes.
Mr. Clack,
Yes.
Ms. Laura, Dr. Joyce.
Yes.
And it's a yes for me, Carol McIntosh, and the batch is moved forward with a 7 yes, none opposed vote. Thank you. Now, at this time, we will be moving forward to our information items, the check registry starting, that is item 12.23. And 12.24 and 12.25.
Okay.
And are there any questions concerning the check registry? Because this is information. So if you have any questions on the information, you're not voting on nothing, you just receiving the information from the check registry. Ms. Tish, would you care to come up? Because he said, that means he might have a question.
And that's good.
That's right. Ms. Tish making that money tonight. Go
Sorry,
ahead,
I'm sorry, Ms.
That's
Tish.
what
You
I'm
looking at
here
me
for.
like, don't
That's what
ask
I'm
me to
here
come
for.
up here.
It's okay.
Okay, I just have a question about, it's not the easiest to read.
Okay.
And tell us what page when you get to.
I can't even
board
read,
summary.
find
Okay.
where I took the notes.
And it's so much easier to read than it used to be. Thank you.
I had pointed out something, but it all had something, it all was pertaining to the electricity bills and how they're, just how they're
Oh,
up
yeah.
here.
Okay.
I was looking, man,
Take your time.
oh, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
No, this is the part,
What page you on, Mr. Clack?
25.
At the top, at the bottom.
This is at the top,
Page 25, okay.
this is for the $22,000 for mowing. Is that all of the schools in the district that got mowed for that amount of money?
Oh, for 22 grand, that's gonna be multiple schools and multiple invoices, but what I
Right,
can
but
do.
multiple times, right? A
Oh,
month?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
What I can do is, anytime you have questions on those check registers, you just give me the check number you're looking for. That's probably ACE there that you're looking at.
Yeah, it's ACE,
Mhm. And what I can do is I can send out to the group a copy of the check and all the invoices associated with it. So
Okay.
that's pretty typical. Happy to do that. So as you look through those, feel free to always inquire about any one of those checks in there.
The other question I had was pertaining to, and I don't know where was pertaining to the consumer bills.
Mhm.
And I don't know what I did with,
They all over the place. You
They're
got
gonna be
some
all over,
the
yeah.
place.
They come in at different times and are due at different dates, so.
okay,
It could be the next page.
Could be that page there.
Page 26 has it.
26?
Yeah, page 26 has.
Okay, yeah, it is page 26, yes, ma'am. All right, so is it possible that we can get these put in a better order?
As far as better order, like in what regard?
Well, I'm looking like there's Potter up at the top on the first line, and then there's Potter down at the bottom. And
Oh,
then
I
there's
see.
Pierce at the top, and then, you know, so when I was looking through, I'm like, oh, well, this is pretty cheap. $183 for a school, and then I look down here, and there's $4,500 worth. So that's what I was kind of in reference to.
So they come in, different invoices, and they'll have different amounts on there because they're different. Maybe they have more than one gas line or whatever the case may be.
Okay.
But the system just kind of sorts it on its own.
On
We
its
don't have a
own? Okay.
way to actually sort it. We just got it to be able to
Like,
print
that's
where
what-
you
that's
can
what-
see what's really going on.
Right.
But at any time, like I said, we can just pull that. I already have them imaged. It'll
Well,
take
no,
me
I
2
just,
seconds.
my only question was, because I was looking at it, and then I happened to, pull Trustee McIntyre to the side, like, wait a minute, this is pretty
yeah.
cheap. But then I looked down here, and then, so that was just my only concern was, is there, can it be itemized a little bit
So
differently?
you would
But-
have also like gas and electricity too, remember? So we would have different invoices for each one of those.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, all right, that was just it.
Okay. And point of information.
Ms. McIntyre.
And it just used to be batched, like in one big thing, like all this would just be an amount.
One big
And so it
amount
was-
with no.
You
Yeah,
never
and so
knew.
at least that is somewhat
Itemized a little bit,
separate.
yeah.
But if there's some, with the organizational meeting in January, we'll figure out like a treasurer and the finance
Girl, it
subcommittee
just
meeting,
gone.
and then
It
we
just
can
gone.
come up with some kind of a
Method to put
a
this.
method, yeah, like whatever works best for you to, and
Okay.
Tish is amazing to work with and is, kind of separated this like this, so that
Right.
this is a lot easier than it used to be, so.
Okay.
We'll
Yeah,
work
that
through it.
was just my thing. I just was,
Yeah,
it was just
no,
kind of a
those
little
are
bit difficult to
excellent
read.
questions.
That was
Oh,
just it.
yeah.
Madam President, can I ask a
Absolutely.
question?
Okay.
This is just about the water district. Absapura, do we have a contract with them or something? That's the worst water in the world.
I don't know. Our health services.
Oh, I'm
they-
sorry, you guys, I'm on page 15. It's I'm just looking at the water, and so that's $8,000 a month in water?
It's not necessarily 8,000 a month. I'd have to pull the invoices to see what they're ordering. It would be for all the schools that have the 5-gallon water
Water
jugs that go
cooler.
in there, because we just recently went through all of the testing to make
Okay.
sure everything was good. So you wanna
So the
speak on
purpose of
that?
keeping those right now was, we just started our hydration stations,
Mm-hmm.
and so we wanted to go through a filter and let those run.
How
and
long? How long is that filter time?
So they're going to be changing those filters coming up. I think it's closer to the end of the year. All right, so we kept the Absopure as a space to say those families that are not ready, those teachers and staff that are not ready to kind of change over to the hydration station. We wanted to have something for them still until we were very sure about the lead levels in the hydration stations.
So you are sure of the lead levels?
Well,
Does something
we
have
did
you
a
thinking
pass
that
with the
they're not good?
technology. With the technology of hydration station, we wanted to do a pass with that. We wanted to make sure it was working properly. We wanted to make sure that we kept the lead levels out. Dr. Sullivan has been working, from Kettering, has been working with our team on that. And so that's why we had kept the Absopures just in case if something happened in the first year of using those hydration stations. But we should be coming to a close in that at the end of this school year.
Okay. Will you make that report available to the board?
Absolutely.
All right, very good.
You're talking
Thank
about the lead levels and
Yes.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Ms. McIntyre?
I've been working closely with Dr. Sullivan even before I was on the board. And she worked with Nancy Love in the University of Michigan and the Department of Health. And she came before the board recently in the past couple of meetings and gave an extensive report. I think that is available. We can definitely make it available to the new board members. But what we have is actually a pilot program that we have the safest water in the country through these filters. She worked with Kettering students, also with ALA students. She won a National Science Foundation grant for over $1 million. I don't know what the status is of that and if we're actually going to be able to get it, but she has worked for over 4 years on this water system, and We're part of the Water Warriors. We are not about to let our children touch that water if there's anything wrong with it. And not only is it triple, I believe we should have her come back and give that presentation, and you should also see it. It's magnificent. It's magnificent. And one of the reasons why we got considered for the National Science Foundation grant is because it's like a flagship program that I don't know if it's still possible, but it was going to be like a model for the rest of the country, because it was the students were going to be empowered to learn about the water system, to change the filters, to understand how filtration worked, as part of like a STEM program thing. And then that was going to be able to be reproduced and scalable as an example to the rest of the country. So I am, as someone who lived through the water crisis and a water warrior and all that kind of stuff, am absolutely confident in this water filtration system. Absolutely. But don't take my word for it. Look at the data, look at the information. Let's have Dr. Sullivan come back. She would be only too happy. That's what she lives and breathes, is making sure that the Flint community has safe, clean water. And then if we maybe could get an update, is there any possibility about the grant? I mean, the last time we talked about it, there was like talk about getting letters of recommendation. Do you have any updates on that?
What grant? I missed that one.
The National Science Foundation grant? Is that dead in the water now?
No, are you talking about the one with Dr. Love?
Yes.
No, I spoke to her when I was at the University of Michigan, and she's still working with ALA Scouting.
So what's the status of that?
So far as I know, she's still in the process of working with the teachers with that program. They haven't totally, they got our recommendation, recommendation letters, and they're still moving in that startup phase of that. So we're not, as far as she told me, Mr. Jones, we're still working with your teachers. We're gonna come back to you soon and let you know more information. That was just last week. So I can give you an update once I talk to them, but I haven't talked to them.
Okay, I guess I was looking for a more specific update, because I know that.
Excuse me, wait.
Wondering if there's like a update on the
Excuse
status of the grant.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
Can we get back to the check registry, which is what we're supposed to be discussing? The check registry, Pure. Mr. Del Moroni, did you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you, on several things. Well, on the check registry, why am I not seeing that on the cow agenda?
It's informational, and
okay.
it comes on
All
the
right.
regular board meeting.
And if I can make a recommendation, when we're given all this stuff, maybe 2 days ahead of time, the same day, whatever, I think staff should be here with their laptops, so that when we hear questions, as we did tonight from Board Member Clack there, that we're getting answers and not waiting for them, a week, the next day, 2 weeks down the road. The gas and lights, I appreciate that, what he had said about putting that all together for each school, because as you identify what schools to close moving forward, you want to look at all them costs and try and pick them all out. It becomes somewhat maybe, let me say, difficult. But I think that's all I have on the check registry.
Is there any other discussion pertaining to the check registry? Okay, is there anything else, Ms. Tisch?
Unless you have something for me, good.
Mr. Jones? Okay, is there any board members that have any comments, final closing comments before we adjourn?
Yes.
Mr. Del Moroni?
I would move that we work on appointments tonight to our different committees. And we have, a full board here tonight. They'll have a chance again next month in January to make their other appointments when the other members are here. And the reason I bring this up, or I guess I need to wait for support, but I'd like to share the reason and reasons.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Mr. Clark.
Okay, never mind.
Support. If you do the support, you can ask all your questions.
Why you can't, wait a minute, hold on, because we having discussion.
Yeah, we're doing board comment, he's just making a suggestion.
Yeah, and if he,
No.
but he didn't
Yeah,
get no,
yeah,
it don't
okay.
matter if he
Well,
did, he
all right,
didn't
I'll
get no
make,
support.
I move that we make the appointments to the different committees that the board has so they can begin to function.
So can I ask the question or no?
Wait a minute, hold on,
Say support.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
In order to ask a question, I need to support
No,
it.
you don't need to support it if you don't want to. You don't have to support that to ask a question, no, sir. Now, is it any support for his motion? Okay, motion fails for lack of support. Mr. Clack?
Well, I just wanted to know if there's, how many more meetings are there before January?
None,
Zilch.
You're
And
all
we're
done
about
your-
to,
but
You're all done, you're 6 weeks away, so it means it's gonna be 2 months before your committees meet and
no,
into your first year.
point information.
Ms. McNeil?
We are pretty much in a lame duck session. It would be unfair for us to try to do anything. If we're gonna move as a board as a whole, we're gonna wait on our fellow board members to come in here and sit down and be treated and have equal opportunity. And with the next meeting is January the 11th, I believe. Am I correct, Mr. Jones, somewhere in January?
For the annual board meeting, yes.
Yeah.
Currently scheduled.
Yeah, so we have, that time.
The motion died for lack of support
Yeah, I was just,
anyway,
he was
so-
asking a question, and we just comment, this is board comment right now. So that's just me commenting, on what we should be doing and waiting on our, two board members, two to
Miss-
arrive, yeah. And then with three, yeah.
Mr. King?
Alrighty, I would like to say thank you all for the welcome. Thank you
Yes.
to the administration for the diligence that you all show every day. That's something I want to make sure I express because it's a hard job.
Yes, it is.
I'm excited to get to work. To the community members that still stayed, to the community members that's watching, really appreciate you. We would need your support as we go through this process, but rest be assured, Flint schools will survive. Flint
Yes, they will.
schools will overcome, because that's Flint schools. Thank you, that's for me.
That's what I want to hear. Mr. Del Moroni?
Yeah, so I had several motions I wanted to introduce tonight, so I'm going to start with that the school district pays for the dinner in Frankenmuth, the recognition dinner that is being put on through the GISD. And that would
Support.
be open to all board members and their and a family member.
Support.
So,
Explain, we'll explain.
yeah, so Thursday of this week, the Genesee Intermediate School District, we have one board member that goes to that, which is myself now. But this is for all board members, the superintendent, and they can bring their spouse, partners, significant others to this function in Frankenmuth.
Yeah.
Who usually pays for this? Is this something that we usually do?
I've heard that no one's ever gone.
No one
I
ever
don't know.
done it, but normally I hear that we spoke to Mr. Jones about it, and. Yeah.
Right, because I remember something about Zenders. It's been done, but I didn't do it.
And all board members are welcome, including those that were sworn in, they are welcome as well.
But they board members,
All of them.
absolutely.
Everybody. Everybody
Yeah.
sitting at this table.
okay.
Huh.
But he
The
was-
motion was made, hold on, the motion was, the motion was made, excuse me,
Was it-
excuse me, everybody.
Excuse me, I think the reservation had to be, what, December 1st?
So it was too late, oh no, too late.
Unless they can separate reservation, we'll check. If they can, then we can move from that point.
Okay, the motion was made and it was supported, but it looks like you've missed the date. But he's already, he made the date. Okay, so it's been motioned and properly supported, and we are in discussion now. We're gonna take a roll call vote. If y'all done with discussion, because we can just go on and vote. We ain't gotta talk about this all
Oh,
day.
yeah, because then she's
Let's
gonna
vote.
check, she's just gonna check, and if it's still open, we'll call her and just tell her we wants to go.
Right, so we're
no
gonna
problem.
vote if the school district is gonna pay for this
Yes.
Zender's dinner. The motion was made and it was properly supported. Mr. King?
No.
Miss Melanie?
No.
Mr. Del Maroney?
Yes.
Mr. Clack?
Yes, why not?
Huh?
Yes.
Miss McIntyre?
No.
Miss McNeil?
Well, I want a free meal. Yes.
I'm gonna vote yes. We ain't got nobody but Mr. Chris. I mean, it's a dinner. I
Yeah,
mean,
and this is
for the
last
board.
time.
You gonna do a lot of work. You deserve at least one free dinner if you decide to go, so I support it.
How about the dinner?
So
tonight?
everybody who yayed, put your hands up so I can do a proper count for the yays. Okay, so we had a 4-3 vote, and the motion passes for the district to pick up the tab for the Zender's dinner for the board members. You had to turn your name in. Miss Pam said she's, when did you have to turn your name in? So Miss Pam is gonna check to see, but as of now, we only have Mr. Del Maroney going, so one Zender's dinner. I don't guess so. I hope not. Don't you go down there trying to get no lobsters and caviar on us now.
I'm
No,
not going
I'm
for the
messing with
dinner.
you. I know it's
I go to the
chicken. I've been to
meetings and I
Zender's. I
don't
know
get
it's
a dinner.
chicken.
And they really wants the board to kind of show. They always, but we don't. And I think it's time we start.
Okay.
All right, so at this time, is there any other, Mr. Del Maroney?
In my last motion, and it's why I wanted to get appointments this evening, but it'll include everybody, is to have a governance meeting to go over some bylaws that need to be considered. Just in regards to gifts to board members from vendors, pay for meetings, check stubs, and rotating our vote. When we vote at every meeting, when we vote, we should not start with the same person in the same order. We should rotate that vote. So, one member votes once, and then you move on to the next one for that first vote on the next motion or whatever it might be.
Is that a
So,
motion? Isn't that-
so yes, so the motion is to have a governance meeting to try and squeeze it in as to when the new board members and the current board members can make a meeting for that governance meeting. And if Pam can send that out in an email to poll us. So that's the motion, basically to have a governance meeting.
Okay, the motion has been made. Is there any support? Motion dies for lack of support. Anybody else? Anything else?
I just wanted to say congratulations. I'm really excited. This is very exciting, and just a shout out to, I actually have a former student, and this is amazing that we have a Flint graduate, soon to be U of M Flint graduate, and I know that I'm going to, as I did in the classroom, learn more from you than you probably learned from me. So I am really excited to see the younger generation move up, and this is what it's all about.
Thank
This
you.
is what it's all about. And welcome Melody and Michael, and to Dylan and Miss Claudia, if she's still out there. But I know I'll be hearing from her, so welcome.
Okay, is there any other comments from board members? Okay, I think all of us are, a lot of us are Flint graduates at this table. Miss Melanie is, I am, Mr. Clack is. She's,
What kind of correct the record?
He was in my class.
oh, she's
Yeah.
talking about that was in her
Yeah,
classroom.
can I correct the record right quick?
Yes, sir.
So I went to Flint schools K through 6, 7
Okay.
through 12. I graduated from Carmen Ainsworth.
So he's not a Flint graduate.
Not a,
okay.
I graduated from Carmen Ainsworth, but I'm still a resident of the city of Flint.
Well,
and,
we ain't against you. We don't care
K
where you
through
graduate.
6 of
We just saying you not
Flint.
know, you not know, you ain't no
They take that
graduated
personal.
cougar. You
I
ain't
know
no.
it. I know it.
What I meant was there was like a transition.
But we still welcome
I
you
get it.
now.
Right, right.
But you know what I mean, like the transition, like he,
Yes.
you know.
Come
I
on.
appreciate
This
it.
is
I appreciate
amazing.
it.
I feel
love
so
it.
old.
I
Don't
love it.
believe what you heard. Experience it for
I
yourself.
know, it's fun. We're going to have some fun. Come on.
All righty then. So at this time, it is 9:24 and this meeting is adjourned. All right. Get up out of here. Yep, sign your.